Alicia's running for office and she's got big ideas, but it's going to cost money to share those ideas with voters. So Alicia needs to fundraise. But all the hours sorting spreadsheets, researching donors, and guessing how much to ask people for feels repetitive, manual, and inefficient. And it's time she could be spending with voters. So Alicia found Calltime AI. Now Alicia can upload her contacts and Calltime AI will instantly identify her most likely donors. It handles all the donor research and even recommends how much money she should ask for. In a single click, she can see giving history, add donors to call lists, log notes and contributions, and even track follow-ups. With Calltime AI, Alicia is fundraising 5 times faster. And more importantly, she's confident she's always calling the right person at the right time with the right ask. Now, Alicia is fundraising smarter and has more time to spend with voters, sharing her big ideas.
I'm Rod Nellis. I'm a Harris County Commissioner. I want to thank all of the Democratic activists who are in El Paso. You are the lifeblood of the Democratic Party, and you will help us make this state go into the Democratic column. I know that Colin Allred can be a United States Senator with your help. I want to thank you for what you're doing. I want to encourage you to keep up the good fight. We can pick up some seats in the House. We can hold our own in the Texas Senate, maybe gain some seats. My county was red when I got here with a lot of activists who are in this room. It is now a blue county. We can do this, Texas. Let's get it done.
This election is a referendum on stopping extremism. I'm Trey Martinez-Fisher, chairman of the House Democratic Caucus. We will fight like hell because our freedom is on the ballot. Together, we'll protect your freedom to choose, love, and to participate in our democracy. Join us.
Everyone's talking about the race to 270. But it really only comes down to a few swing states. Those states get to decide things like the Senate and the House too. So how can Texas join the club? Well, let's look at the 2 newest members, Arizona and Georgia. The first step is it's all about the long game. Organizations in both states have done decades of work building the voter base, leadership, and campaign infrastructure to win down the road. Texas is home to 8 of the 10 fastest growing counties in the United States and trending Democratic faster than any other state in the country, making it primed for this sort of long-term planning and investment. Amazing individuals and organizations have been doing this work, and we're ready to help take it to the next level. And that means concentrating on the big picture. Look at Arizona. They flipped both Senate seats, the governor's mansion and the attorney general. Too many times in Texas, we get excited about one singular campaign without building lasting infrastructure. If we look at the big picture, all the statewide races over the last 4 elections, we see opportunity. We just need to capitalize on it. That brings us to the age-old debate. Is it turnout or persuasion that wins elections? The answer is yes. The best campaigns don't just turn out the base, they also persuade the middle. Georgia and Arizona didn't just turn out important demographics for Democrats. They had great candidates that ran effective campaigns with winning messages. Texas isn't a red state. We're a non-voting state. And we've got the shifting demographics that are ready to turn out. But we also need the right candidates and the right message with strong data and the best well-trained campaign staff. So the final step is, well, resources. In Texas, we've made incredible progress with fewer resources. Republicans are outspending us in Texas. Democrats are outspending us in Georgia. Imagine what we can do if we close that gap. That's why we created the Agave Democratic Infrastructure Fund. We're building a long-term, statewide democratic infrastructure that will support candidate recruitment, staff training, data, fundraising, messaging, and research. Because if we don't, instead of Georgia or Arizona, we could become Ohio or Florida, swing states that have fallen off the map. The decision is up to us. If we meet the moment, if we turn Texas blue, we win.
I'm Jewel McGowan, member of the Coalition of Black Democrats. Today we're here to honor two great Democrats, Miss Darrellyn Davis from Fort Worth and Judge Morris Overstreet from Amarillo, Texas. Darrellyn was one of the smartest women that I know, even though it wasn't very popular at that time for women to be smart and in politics, but we defied the odds. I was fortunate to be her first vice president. And now let me talk about Judge Morris Overstreet. He was a very smart young man and knew the law. He was a constitutional scholar, and he was at the right place at the right time to help Darrellyn to bring the Democratic Party, the state party, into the 20th century. Judge Overstreet went back to Amarillo and did the same thing. He was organizing people, and Amarillo became one of the small towns that had a high percentage of voter turnout. And later, Judge Morris Overstreet became elected to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, and that was one of the best things that could have happened to us because we'd never held a position like that before. So we're here to honor the memories of these two wonderful people, but also the legacy that they left for us here.
To say goodbye to yesterday.
Texas Democrats, please give a warm welcome to the family of Judge Morris Overstreet and Darrellyn Davis, Elizabeth Nicole Thompson Beavers, and Brian Overstreet.
Paso, a city of community, hard work, and perseverance.
A town that represents the beating drum of Texas.
And as Texans, we never back down.
We stand tall.
We fight for what's right. And we unite. All of us.
Because together, we will build the Texas our children deserve.
Not a Texas where democracy is under attack, extremism persists, and freedoms disappear.
But a Texas where everyone can pursue their dreams, access affordable health care, make their own health care decisions,
receive a quality public education in a school free of gun violence, work in safe, fair conditions,
and be themselves.
Have a voice, and not be afraid to use that voice.
This is the Texas we are fighting for.
A Texas that belongs to all of us.
Thank you for being a part of this fight.
Now let's get to work.
Greetings, Texas Democrats, and thank you for all your hard work. With your support over the past 3 years, we canceled billions of dollars of student loan debt. We took on Big Pharma and capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. And we took on Big Oil and made the largest investment in tackling the climate crisis in history. And we still have work to do to lower costs and increase opportunity for working families. When we win in November, we will finish the job. We will raise the federal minimum wage, expand access to paid family leave and affordable childcare, and invest billions of dollars to lower rents and help more Americans buy a home. There is so much at stake in this election. In this moment, we witness a full-on attack on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, including the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not her government telling her what to do. And we are facing a former president, Donald Trump, who openly says that he is, quote, proud that he overturned Roe v. Wade, and has openly vowed that he will be a dictator on day one. Ultimately, in this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of compassion, freedom, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? We each have the power to answer that question with our voice, with our feet, and with our vote. And together, we will win. Take care and thank you.
Please welcome the chairman of the Convention Credentials Committee and the Hays County Democratic Party, John Hatch.
Please welcome Texas Democratic Party Vice Chairwoman Shay Wyrick Cathy.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, Texas Democrats. Welcome, yes. I now call the 2024 Texas Democratic Convention back to order. Let's go, Democrats.
Please rise for our national anthem, performed by your nominee for State Representative of District 112, Avery Bishop.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broadest stripes and brightest stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing as we are led in the pledges of allegiance to the American and Texas flags by El Paso County Democratic Chair Michael Apodaca.
Good morning, Texas Democrats. Good morning, El Paso. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, and indivisible. Thank you.
Please remain standing for the invocation, led by Representative James Tallarico.
Texas Democrats, let us pray. Holy Mystery, you have so many names. The Torah calls you Creator. The Quran calls you Peace. The Gita calls you Destroyer. The Dharma calls you Truth. And the first epistle of John calls you perhaps the most beautiful name of all, love. You are the strange love uniting all things. The love that drew elements together after that Big Bang. The love that drew life itself from those primordial oceans. The love that drew us all to this exact moment. The love we were born of, the love we exist in, and the love we will one day return to. In my faith, you expressed yourself through a barefoot rabbi who embodied your perfect love, a crucified carpenter who gave only 2 commandments, love God and love neighbor, because there is no love of God without love of neighbor. Help us love not just in word, but in action. Help us honor not just the name of Jesus, but the way of Jesus. Help us free the oppressed, feed the hungry, heal the sick, release the prisoner, welcome the stranger, forgive the enemy, and above all, protect your creation. The word of God is love. Let us not be hearers of your word, but doers of your word in our families, in our communities, and at this convention. Not just with prayers, but with policies. Not just personal love, but political love. Because democracy is not just a constitution. Democracy is a covenant. Holy Mystery, open our minds, open our hands, open our hearts, so that we may build a new world in the shell of the old. A world that is more just, more free, more whole, and more in love with you. In all your many names we pray. Amen.
In 2024, we know what's at stake for Texan families. In the past 2 years, the Texas legislature has turned into a hotbed for Republican corruption, and local politics has become overrun by MAGA culture wars. MAGA Republicans have transformed the People's House into a national laboratory for bad governance. Texas communities deserve public servants, not self-serving politicians. They deserve common sense policy, not lazy re-election schemes. That is why the time for change is now. The Texas Democratic Party has launched Texas Blueprint, which unites our 2024 coordinated campaign partners. Texas Blueprint brings together county parties and allied partners in a focused effort to underscore Texas as a battleground state and fight for working families. United as one, we can put an end to the constant drama and strife that has plagued our state's politics for too long, bringing about a new era of Texas government that works for everyday Texans. Texas Blueprint's united, organized, and focused campaign is ready to support you and every Texan at the ballot box this November. Let's get back to work, y'all.
I'm a passionate defender of school choice. I think it is the civil rights issue of the 21st century. And
my mom was a teacher. My aunt was a teacher. I think they saw education almost as holy.
The Texas House handed Governor Abbott a major loss, killing a proposal to use taxpayer dollars to help people pay for private school. But the governor has threatened to keep calling lawmakers back.
Another recent survey of members of the Texas State Teachers Association found they plan to spend on average $846 of their own money this school year. The state lost a record-setting number of teachers last year.
Today, House Democrats called for a $15,000 wage increase for teachers statewide.
College administrators all across Texas have been shutting down diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
Some staff members will be fired because of the trickle-down effect of SB 17.
Please welcome San Antonio City Councilman Jalen McKee Rodriguez.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start off by saying Happy Pride. My name is Jalen McKee Rodriguez, and I have the privilege of serving as a city council member in the beautiful city of San Antonio, Texas. I also have the honor of serving as the first openly gay black man elected to any office in the state of Texas. And I'm so grateful to say that thanks to Democrats like you all, I was not the last. But before I was elected to office, I was a high school math teacher in the community I now represent, where I taught black and brown students in one of the most impoverished zip codes in the city. My students are some of the most talented, intelligent, hardworking people you will ever meet. They're the reason I first ran for office in 2021, because education is where every single decision we make intersects. And because of that, some of the most talented, hardworking students in our schools will not reach their fullest potential, and that should anger every single one of us. They are walking to school on unlit, damaged roads with no sidewalks. They have to miss school to babysit for their single mom who has to work 2 jobs and can't afford or access childcare. They are being kicked out of their homes while struggling to embrace their queer identity. They are searching for community and chosen family and getting shot in the streets as a consequence. They are thinking about and attempting and committing suicide. These are our babies, the children of our community, and they are dying because of the conditions we have yet to change. Every single decision we make is dire. We simply cannot afford to sit on our hands while our children are forced to practice lockdown drills, while their schools are being under-resourced and then closed down, while they're being forced to give birth because they don't have autonomy over their bodies or access to the sex education that might have helped them prevent a pregnancy in the first place. Our students must watch people who look like them be murdered by police. And then they watch the racist man who murders another get pardoned by the governor, while they're being told that they don't belong here, and the only reason they have access to a title or a room or an honor they've earned is because of DEI. They're being systemically under-resourced and disenfranchised, and their schools are being neglected by their representatives because every Republican eye is on the Thursday night drag show and not the schools where our classrooms are standing room only. That is unacceptable. The world that we build for them is going to be hindered by the systems that we bend to, and they need us to be courageous enough to break those same systems we've been told will never change. Thank you. It's of course hard to deliver a message about education without acknowledging that every single Republican failure is a calculated attack on our children and their futures. And the problem is, Republicans know that we can properly fund public schools, and they wave it in our faces as a carrot. Republicans know that the answer to preventing mass shootings is access to mental health care. The governor acknowledges it, and then disregards every single opportunity there is to fund and address it. Republicans know that education is power and literacy is its foundation, so they ban the books and the drag queens that read them. Can we be so for real right now? We are here today in El Paso, Texas, because we are dreamers. We dream of a day where the people on the dais making decisions on our behalf know that they will feel the impacts of those decisions, that they will know what it means to choose between a medical bill and groceries, that they will know what it feels like to huddle up in a dark, cold corner in their apartment during a winter storm they did not prepare us for. That they will visit the grave sites of the children we've had to bury, and they will memorize the names of every person killed by a gun they valued more than human life. They will walk on the streets they refuse to pave. And in the end, they will hope that the history book that recorded their story gets banned too. Turning Texas blue isn't about it being a pretty color. It means that we can protect public education, we can restore reproductive justice, we can pass common sense gun laws, we can protect the rights of those just looking to exist without fear or shame or risk. But it won't happen until we make it happen. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for your commitment to a better future for our children.
To moderate our panel discussion on defending public education, please welcome your next representative from House District 109, State Board of Education member Aisha Davis. Joined by fellow public education champions, Representative James Tallarico, Representative Gina Hinojosa, and Representative Trey Martinez Fisher.
All right, good morning, everyone. Wait, good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, there we go. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Aisha Davis, and I'm very proud to serve on the Texas State Board of Education. It is my honor to moderate this important discussion today on the state of public education in our state with my future colleagues in the Texas House of Representatives. Our education system is currently facing unprecedented challenges, from Greg Abbott's private school voucher scam to addressing teacher shortages and ensuring equitable access to quality education. Our work to defend public schools is more important than ever. Texas Democrats have consistently fought to increase funding for our schools, support our teachers, and create an inclusive, equitable education system for all of our students. We believe in the power of public education to uplift communities and provide every single child with the opportunity to exceed, regardless of their background or zip code. Today, we are fortunate to have with us 3 panelists who bring a wealth of experience and insights to this conversation. We have the chair of the Texas House Democratic Caucus, Representative Trey Martinez Fisher. We also have chair of the Texas House Democratic Campaign Committee, Representative Gina Hinojosa. And we also have Representative James Tallarico, who served on the Caucus Special Committee on Education. Thank you. Each of our panelists will share their thoughts on the current state of public education in Texas and their perspective on the challenges we may face in the upcoming legislative session. Given the results of the most recent primary, as well as the opportunity those elections present to our party in an election cycle where we know public education will be a top issue for House races. And I do want to take a quick moment of privilege to recognize my mother. Mom, will you please stand up? This is her first Democrat convention, yes. And she's already said she'll be at the next one, so thank you, Mom, for always being with me. I want to start by asking a couple questions to Representative Martinez Fisher. Chair Martinez Fisher, you have a long history of being a champion for public schools. In 2013, you famously were selected by then Speaker Joe Straus to work on a budget that ultimately secured $4 billion more for our public education. This after drastic, oh yeah, no, let's clap that up. Yes. And this was even after drastic cuts from the budget shortfall in 2011. This is just one of the bipartisan efforts that you've been instrumental in. So my question to you, how was the caucus able to leverage similar acts of bipartisanship last session to ultimately serve our public schools and our policy goals?
Great, fantastic question. Thank you for the question, and so good to be with you. In that time that we put $3.93 billion back in public schools, the Speaker of the House said, "Are you happy now?" And I said, "When do I get the other billion for?" Because you cut $5.4 billion out of schools. And that's the tragedy. The tragedy is we can never catch up in public education. And that is the equalizer. That is the equalizer for all of us. You cannot ever have your education taken away from you. And so we will leverage that. This caucus is united on that. We do not need a tutorial on sticking together for the sake of our public schools, our teachers, our students, and our staff. That being said, we are very laser focused on these bipartisan solutions, and it starts by raising the awareness. We are the party that are telling the state, teachers deserve a pay raise. And not only a pay raise, a $10,000 pay raise. That's what teachers need in this state. Gina, to my right, has been instrumental on letting us know just how much money we need for Texas to be on the average of funding our kids in school. I have never thought I can come to Austin with a campaign message of let's just be average. But to be average in school funding is about $40 billion more for public schools in this state. We have sounded the alarm on that, and it takes that, just pounding that rock, pounding those messages. I will remind you, many of you who own homes received a huge property tax cut because your homestead exemption went up. That is a Democratic principle. Democrats have been filing homestead exemptions. Republicans will steal our ideas and try to take credit, but it is the Democratic Party who's bringing those solutions. So we will talk about teacher pay, we will talk about student equity, because that's what it takes to have, an education system that works for everybody.
Absolutely, absolutely. I do want to ask you a follow-up question. A lot of organizations, including NAACP, we have our first vice president for the Texas NAACP here with us today, Casey Thomas. They've had conversations of concern on whether we will still be able to have bipartisanship, especially when you had those who wanted to defund public education receiving a lot of favor and a lot of donations from Abbott. So do you think we'll still be able to work across the aisle for public education in the upcoming legislative session?
We have no choice. We have no choice. The issue of public education should be bigger than politics. There are people who stood up to Greg Abbott, and they're not afraid to stand up to him again. Let's just face it. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm in San Antonio. You will find me on aisle 5 of the HEB. Someone's going to talk to me about public education, and that's happening all over this state. And frankly, I want to be true to the people who send me to Austin, not to Greg Abbott, not to West Texas billionaires, not to extremists that want to break our school system.
Yes, yes. All right. Representative Hinojosa, Chair, your career in public service began on the school board for Austin ISD, where you served as board president. In 2019, you helped House Democrats lead House Bill 3, which brought a lot of funding and an increase into the per pupil allotment for our schools, increased our teacher pay, among a lot of other legislative changes that were very positive for public schools. Despite these incremental victories, our public education system continues to lag behind nearly every state in all different types of metrics when it comes to quality of public education. How can we combat the Republican narrative that Democrats just want to throw money into a broken public education system?
First, I want to congratulate you on your victory and say this. We could not have a stronger champion for public schools joining our state house, and I am so excited that you will be joining our Democratic team in the Texas House. You've done tremendous work on the State Board of Education, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
So let's remember that Republicans have been in charge of our public schools for 30 years. Despite that, teachers, communities, parents put in the work to ensure that our public schools are doing great things. My son is in 6th grade, or he's a rising 7th grader now in public school. He has had incredible teachers. My oldest son just graduated from all public school career education. He said to me, "Mom, I think I got a good education on Austin ISD." And I said, "Oh, thank God." But our public schools are not the public schools of my day. They're doing tremendous work with very little. Our chairman, Trey Martinez-Fisher, mentioned that we need another $40 billion to reach the national average in per pupil funding. The thing about that is that we have that money right now sitting in our treasury that Greg Abbott is hoarding in anticipation of his voucher scam. When you put together the money that we have in general revenue and in our rainy day fund, it's about $40 billion. It's your taxpayer dollars that he refuses to spend on our public schools. My school district, Austin ISD, is one of the biggest payers into what we know of as Robin Hood or recapture. Now there are hundreds of school districts that pay into it. If we were to increase per student funding to what it should be, which is at this point well over $1,000 more per student, all of our recapture payments, all of our Robin Hood payments would go down. It would help all of our kids. So that's one thing that we can do with the taxpayer dollars that we already have, and that's actually invest in our public schools. And you know that so much of the policy, the education policy that gets pushed onto us and at the State Board of Education is all about well-connected Republican vendors making money. Yes. And we need to cut that out. We need a corruption cleanse in public education in the state of Texas. And we need to start spending our taxpayer dollars that are already there on our kids and our classrooms and our teachers.
Thank you, yes. Representative Tallarico, as my mom says, her favorite superhero. As a former public school teacher, you have that firsthand perspective on what it's like to be a teacher in Texas. You've made education a major part of your legislative work and given hopes to thousands of teachers and education professionals across the state whose shoes you once walked in. What do you believe is the greatest threat to our ability to hire, train, and retain our teachers?
The greatest threat to our teachers, our students, and our schools is Greg Abbott.
Yes.
As you mentioned, before I was a politician, I was a public school teacher on the west side of San Antonio. And for those that know the west side, I know our chairman does, it's a beautiful, historic Mexican-American neighborhood. It's also one of the poorest zip codes in the entire state of Texas. So every day I watched as my students struggled heroically to overcome poverty, overcome racism, overcome systems that were designed to hold them and their families and their community back. I taught in a severely underfunded public school on the west side. I taught 45 kids in one classroom, and it was 45 middle schoolers in one classroom.
Oh my gosh.
And it was right after lunch. The teachers here know what I'm talking about. There weren't enough desks for all of my students. So I had kids sitting on the air conditioning unit. In the wealthiest country in human history, in the 21st century, children sitting on the air conditioning unit. Texas ranks 43rd in the nation in per student education funding. Texas teachers are making less than they did 10 years ago when you adjust for inflation. And local property taxes are through the roof because local property tax payers are trying to stop the bleeding as our state government fails to do its fair share of education funding. We have a school funding emergency in this state, and it is solely the fault of Greg Abbott, who refused to spend a penny of that historic $33 billion budget surplus on our kids and on our teachers. So how about this? Instead of siphoning off billions of dollars from our already underfunded schools with a voucher scam, why don't we fully fund our neighborhood public schools? Why don't we give every Texas teacher a well-deserved pay raise? So that we can all thrive, so that our economy can thrive, so that our neighborhoods can thrive, and so ultimately our democracy can thrive. That is what Texas Democrats stand for.
So I do want to talk about that just for a second. Representative Hinojosa, Representative Tallarico, you both mentioned this $30 million that's being held hostage. Chair Martinez Fisher, despite having $32.7 billion budget surplus last session, Governor Abbott held school funding hostage. He attempted to blackmail the legislature and say, you pass the voucher, then I'll give you this money. What can we do as citizens this election cycle and in the future legislative sessions to highlight this extreme disparity between available resources and allocated resources?
The single most important thing we can do to send a message to Governor Abbott is to make sure we say loudly and clearly, the Texas House is not for sale. We are not going to give our chamber to West Texan billionaires, out-of-state hedge fund owners that care about vouchers. Make no mistake, this is not about the future of education. They have found a way to make money off of the backs of children. And this is nothing other than a Ponzi scheme and a scam to take money out of the public school system and give it to somebody else. And that is wrong. And so people ask me all the time, why are you and the governor at odds so much? Why do you always disagree? And I say it's pretty simple. We have a religious difference. The governor thinks he's God and I don't.
Yes, yes. Chair Hinojosa, Chairwoman, years ago, the legislature created a recapture system known as Robin Hood in an attempt to equalize the school funding system, and this heavily relies on property values that can vary greatly across communities. Now, as a state representative, you happen to represent Austin ISD, which is considered a property-rich school district, and it pays more than any other district in recapture. Is the recapture system outdated, and in what ways can we try to better address the disparity between resources across different school districts?
I appreciate that question. I mentioned before that hundreds of our school districts now are paying into recapture, and it is because the state doesn't pay its fair share in per student funding. One of the things that is outdated when it comes to funding our schools is that we punish our schools for absences. We subtract funding from schools when kids are absent. We're only about 5 states in the whole country that do that. That means that we are shortchanging our schools because the school districts have to provide teachers for all the kids that are enrolled, whether or not they're absent. When we had the pandemic, we saw that that system does not work. We now still have increased absences from the pandemic. Even today, when your kid gets COVID, they have to miss about a week of school, right? My kids get COVID every semester. They miss more school than they ever have. Every time that happens, our schools lose funding. So we need to update our school funding system and make sure that we're paying for every single child that's enrolled in our public schools.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Representative Tallarico, extremist Republicans have used the term school choice to push this voucher scam. Is it really a choice? Is it really about school choice? Or is that a term used to get more folks to buy into this scam? And how do we push back against this false dichotomy?
Well, it's not school choice, it's the school's choice, because private schools can deny admission to any kid for any reason they want. You know, we've talked about how Greg Abbott is defunding our public schools, but I don't want to get off this stage until I call out those two West Texas billionaires who are pulling the strings behind the scenes. Their names are Tim Dunn and Ferris Wilks. They are the billionaire megadonors who are bankrolling this effort to privatize our public schools, and those close to them say that their ultimate goal is to replace public schools in Texas with private Christian schooling. Because Dunn and Wilks are not just oil and gas oligarchs, they are also Christian nationalist pastors. And I know that billionaire pastor sounds like an oxymoron, but on Sunday mornings, these two billionaires are preaching at these far-right churches. And they don't preach a theology of universal love, they preach a theology of power, control, and domination. They say that climate change is God's will. They compare homosexuality to bestiality and pedophilia. And they say that only Christians have a right to serve in public office. Greg Abbott is doing their bidding as they spend their fortunes turning our beloved Texas into an authoritarian Christian nationalist theocracy. Listen, my granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas. I still attend the same church where I was baptized when I was 2 years old. My faith means more to me than anything. So let me say this as clearly as I can. There is nothing Christian about Christian nationalism. It is the worship of power, social power, economic power, political power in the name of Christ. And it is a betrayal of Jesus of Nazareth. There is nothing Christ-like about buying politicians to push your extreme political agenda. There is nothing Christ-like about undermining our democracy and brainwashing our kids. Yes. And there is nothing Christ-like about taking money from poor kids on the west side of San Antonio and the east side of Austin and the 3rd Ward of Houston and the Rio Grande Valley and small towns and suburbs across the state and giving it to rich parents who don't need it. So, I believe that people of faith and Christians in particular, including me, have a moral obligation to speak out against this perversion of our faith and this subversion of our democracy.
Awesome. I do want to emphasize what you were just saying, because even on the State Board of Education, you have candidates receiving hundreds and thousands of dollars to run on a platform that they're pushing. And we see several state board members that are there now pushing that narrative. Right. And the effect is for our children in our public schools. We have to continue the fight. Before we leave, I want you guys to give a closing statement about what you want to fight for in the upcoming legislative session, or what your vision is for our public schools moving forward.
I'll go first. Thank you for moderating this panel. Look, it is clear this election in November is a referendum. It's a referendum on extremism versus freedom. And that's the freedom to choose, the freedom to love, and the freedom to participate in our democracy. We have some real races this November. We win these seats, we increase our power, we increase our power, we grow our voice. When we grow our voice, we are fighting for the things that we care about. Public education is the very first thing that we will be fighting for. And we will rally as Democrats to pick a leader that recognizes that we deserve a seat at the table to lead the House, to bring practical solutions to complex problems, to stand up to the bullies in the state Senate and Dan Patrick, in the governor's office with Governor Abbott, and to be the voice you want us to be. But it begins with this convention, and it begins with our work.
My vision for public education is the vision that most parents want, because I'm a mom with kids in public schools. I want a rich learning environment for my kid with the best teacher that our money can buy. No more high emphasis on the STAR test, high stakes accountability on the STAR test. We need to put our money where we say it matters, and that's in paying our teachers. That is what Democrats fight for. Democrats fight for better lives for all of us. There is somebody here who is holding a sign about HISD. What has happened at HISD is a travesty. It is about the power that James Talarico talked about. It is about access to money. They're introducing the largest bond in history of that district because they want your money. They want people not to have a say in it. They took away their governing board. It's about money and power, and that's what this is about. And so please, we need to get all teachers, all people who care about public education to vote this November. It matters. Every single member we elect to the Texas House could be the difference to save our neighborhood public schools. Every vote matters. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to be fighting for my students on the West Side. They are oftentimes the first thing I think about when I walk into work in that beautiful, terrible pink building. And they're oftentimes the last thing I think about when I leave at the end of the day. Texans have been fending off voucher scams since the first one was proposed in the Texas legislature in 1957. And for the history buffs in the room, you know that was just 2 years after the Brown versus Board of Education decision came down from the Supreme Court. Every decade they've been brought up, a bipartisan coalition of Republicans and independents and Democrats have beaten voucher scams, including last year on the Friday before Thanksgiving, our coalition beat Greg Abbott's voucher scam. And so I'm hopeful. We've beaten vouchers before, and we can do it again, because Texans love their public schools. Public education is enshrined in our state's constitution, and there's nothing more Texan than Friday Night Lights. And so we're going to need y'all's help. We can't do it alone. We need you to call and email and write postcards to legislators telling them that you stand for public schools. And if we do that, I'm confident we can win again, because as every lover of Friday Night Lights knows, clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose.
Yeah. Thank you all so much. I'm so excited for the fight for public schools. I'm excited to join you in the House. I'm excited for you all to join us in that fight. Remember, it's going to take all of us to protect our public schools against all of these scams and all of these efforts to defund and disrupt our public education system. Thank you all so much.
Great job. All right, let's go.
To celebrate the Texas House Democratic Caucus's tireless work in defending Texas public education, please welcome Ovidia Molina and Yvonne Salazar.
morning. I am Olivia Molina, a proud middle school teacher and president of the Texas State Teachers Association. It is an honor to be with you today with so many pro-public school advocates, because educators really need to know that we have support. Really. Elections have consequences, so it is vital that we always vote education first to ensure we elect more public school champions to the state office.
Hello, I'm Yvonne Salazar, a 19-year educator in the Socorro SISD. I am vice president of my local union, the Best Teachers Union in El Paso, Texas, Socorro AFT. I stand up here today for educators, from teachers to school employees, to paraprofessionals, to cafeteria workers and our bus drivers. We are grateful to all members of the House Democratic Caucus for defeating Greg Abbott's school voucher scam. He is public enemy number one to public education. He wants to dismantle our neighborhood public schools, and we will stop him. Thank you, House Democrats, for your work, and we call upon you to unite and stand together against school vouchers or ESAs or whatever nonsense the far right is using against school vouchers to privatize our public schools. Thank you for keeping up the hard work for parents, teachers, and public school kids in our great state.
A champion for public education supports students and educators, fights hard for more funding for our public schools, student resources, teacher pay, and respect for all educators, and fights heroically to kill taxpayer-funded vouchers for private schools. Champions like Representatives Trey Martinez-Fisher, Gina Hinojosa, James Tallarico, and all members of the Texas House Democratic Caucus. We are proud. Yeah. Thank you. Oh yeah, we educators thank them a lot. Thank you. We are proud to present the Champion for Public Education Award to the Texas House Democratic Caucus. For their unwavering commitment to protecting the interests of the Texas students, educators, and our public schools. Thank you. Mil gracias.
That is fantastic. Thank you so very much. It is awesome to be here at this convention, but it's fantastic to be here with this Democratic family. It is their work. It is your prayers, your support, you keeping us accountable. That's what makes this possible. Someone asked me, can you sum up in 5 minutes what this means? And the answer is I can't, but I'm going to do my very best. The truth of the matter is you all have been following this issue from the special session after special session after special session on voucher scams, where we said no, together we said no. But the truth of the matter is we've been tracking voucher scams from day one of the session, and I remember vividly when this is a team award, And I remember the first movement in this fight was in the Appropriations Committee when the Education Subcommittee, Representative John Bryan from Dallas, Representative John Bryan said, there is not enough money for schools in this budget, and we are going to stop it. We're going to vote no. That was John Bryan sending the signal to us that something is going on. I know Donna is on the budget. I'm on the budget. We need the appropriators. When John Bryan alerted us to that, we took a 1,000-page document, and when you get to the area of public education, it said, we will fund schools, and then there was a footnote. And there was not a single dollar amount in the introduced budget to go to schools because Republicans, as stingy as they are, did not have an amount that they would give us to spend in public schools. That's when the flags went up, and that's when we knew. We put a committee together, hardworking members. You heard from them earlier in the panel. We took a woman who is a mother, who is an Austin ISD trustee, who is on the Public Education Committee, and she is no BS when it comes to public schools. And we said, Gina, we needed a leader, we needed a champion, and she was willing to serve. She knew immediately that we needed some help. And we looked to James Tallarico, a public school teacher, west side of San Antonio, not afraid to speak out, not afraid to stand up for teachers, and together they built a committee to build a coalition to fight vouchers from day one, and we had a lot of help. We had Ann Johnson, we had Jean Wu, we had Yolanda Jones, making it very clear what was going on in the HISD, that we needed to make sure that we did not take our eye off the ball and that we were going to be vigilant, because if they can do it to the Houston Independent School District, they can do it to anybody else. And we had Jean Wu of Houston who kept us on message. He made sure that we were talking about this in languages that you could understand and talk about at home, to hold us to account so that we can build a coalition to beat back voucher scams, and we did that. And so there were a number of members. Everybody played a role from their part of the state, because Texas is a big state. And so let's recognize these members who are here today. We talked about Gina and James. Let's talk about Representative Donna Howard, Representative John Bucy, Representative Ann Johnson, Vicki Goodwin, Lulu Flores. We have a rookie, Lauren Ashton Simmons. We have our fabulous State Board of Ed member, soon to be House member Aisha. We have Representative Eddie Morales. We have Representative Bajani. And we are missing a few people here, but here are people that I saw. Representative Terry Mesa, she had a lot to do with this. We talked about Jean Wu, Representative Tony Rose, Representative Vinton Jones. We also have Vince Pettis, a newly elected member of El Paso, who is going to fight against voucher scams. And so listen, this is a team win. This is your win. And here's the bad news. The fight is not over. Representative Terry Mesa of Dallas. This is a team win, but the work is just beginning. We need your help once again. As James mentioned, they've been proposing voucher scams since 1957. I'm from the city of San Antonio, and the first voucher scam was filibustered by the late, great Henry B. Gonzalez. We stand on his shoulders. We remember the fight. We will not quit. We will not quit on you. Do not quit on us. Texas Democrats, let's get this done. We have another fight to finish. Thank you.
Please welcome your State Board of Education nominees, joined by State Board of Education member Stacy Childs.
stand here today on the shoulders of giants, on the strength of my ancestors, and on the unwavering support of my community. My mother, who is in the audience today, taught me, don't just talk about it, be about it. I stand here today also in honor of my father, who is no longer with us, but his spirit reminds me that we are stronger together than we are apart. My name is Stacy Childs, and I am your State Board of Education member representing District 4, right in H-Town, Houston, Texas. Where's Houston at? Because of this great state of Texas, I wear many hats: an elected official, an attorney, a former educator, a rapper, a social media influencer, and a CEO. My journey across these fields of advocacy for our students has been made possible because of 3 teachers who shaped my life in profound ways. Mr. Smith, my music teacher, taught me that I'm the best. He would not settle for less, and he would not let me settle for less. He had expectations of me so high, they would even scare me, y'all. With his support, his unwavering love, and his position in my life as a constant, I rose to the occasion. Texas students need and deserve more teachers like Mr. Smith. Our students need advocates who will fight back and lead with love. Our students need leaders who will go to the Capitol and fight for teachers to, yes, make over $100,000 per year. Our students need advocates and lawmakers who will stop treating teachers like glorified babysitters and treat them like the credentialed, expert, intelligent educators they are. Let's give it up for these teachers who work tirelessly to improve public education. I had another teacher, Mr. Hunter, my government teacher, who taught me the power of my voice. He taught me that it's simply not enough to just complain, but I must act. Texas Democrats, we must act. Being upset about the Republicans' agenda, which it is bad, means nothing if we don't step foot in our school board meetings, get out the vote, and go to the polls in November. It is important that we show up for our students when they need us to speak out about issues like excessive testing, AKA STAR, or having a curriculum that speaks to their unique needs, their vast identities, or even what they may like as students. We need high quality instructional materials that promote personalized learning. We need to elect leaders who celebrate when students protest, not shun them, because it's actually showing that they are applying what they're learning in your class. We need to make Texas as blue as we can before some unequal, uninclusive, undiverse, anti-woke curriculum is forced upon our precious children. We also need schools that don't differ based on what zip code students live in. We need schools that pay very close attention to students with special needs. And we need schools across Texas filled with love. And before I leave, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you about the final teacher who had a lifelong impact on me. In high school, I had a history teacher who did not take the time to notice that a talkative, smart young girl who had the gift of gab could one day turn into a career of law, politics, and even rap music that pushes the culture forward. She instead kicked me out of class almost daily because she couldn't see when I questioned the material. I had a curiosity and a fire for education that should have been nurtured. And I won't tell you her name. But in the great words of my favorite rapper, Mr. Kendrick Lamar, she was not like us. Texas, our students don't deserve that type of teacher. Our students don't deserve libraries with no librarians or libraries scant with books because a few people have decided which parts of our shared American history matters. Listen, Texas, our students certainly don't deserve an agenda for private school vouchers, and they certainly don't deserve a state takeover in Houston. Texas Democrats, I refuse to believe that public education is in shambles. It is not. We are strong, and we will get to the polls in November. So if you're with me, let me hear you say, vote blue. Vote blue. Vote blue. Thank you.
Please welcome Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia.
Good morning, Democrats. Buenos dias. Are we doing good? Let's make sure that El Paso knows that Democrats were in town this weekend, and we're here to mobilize and win and keep the White House. You know, earlier today, I got a text asking me, well, we haven't gotten a copy of your speech. And I went, oh, why do you know I had to have a speech written? And then my staff said, yeah, because there's teleprompters. And I went, I've never really used teleprompters. So today I'm speaking to you just based on a few little words and my heart. Because that's what Democrats do. What we do is talk and do from the heart. And I was really moved by the prayer that was given this afternoon. Remember what he said, that it is about love. It is about all of us. It is about us helping the poor, the widowed, the imprisoned, the children. To me, that kind of capsulizes a lot of the work that we do in Congress as Democrats, because that's who we are. Because it does come from the heart. It's about respecting that we're all God's children and that we all must be treated equally with dignity and respect. That's what a Democrat is all about. And I know that some of you are looking at me right now, and some of you may be Catholic, and you're seeing me in my white suit and going, wow, did she just finally do her first communion? But no, this is the suffragette color. And if you all watch the State of the Union every year, most of us, the women in Congress, wear white. We wear white to remind people, especially across America, that women still have a long way to go. And especially now, with how we're being under attack by the Republicans and the MAGA Republicans and the Trumpers, left and right. They want to see us back in the cave ages where the man could beat us over the head and tell us what to do, and they could tell us to cook the meals and just stay home. Well, that's not 2024, is it? And we don't want to go back, do we? Because our freedoms are at stake. Democracy is at stake. Some of you who may have seen me when I was an impeachment manager in the Trump 1 trial, remember that one? I mean, he's been impeached now twice, indicted almost 90 times, convicted 34 times. Can you imagine? George Washington and the founders must be rolling in their graves. That's not what we envisioned, right? And when I think of Franklin Roosevelt, and some of you may remember this, he gave a speech that's known as the Four Freedoms speech, that he talked about protecting our freedoms. And he talked about protecting the freedom of speech and expression, the freedom from want, the freedom from fear, and the freedom from worship, to worship. And you know what? All those things are under attack right now. But the one I want to zero in today, because I only have probably like 2 or 3 minutes before they start the music, is the freedom from fear. That is what they are trying so hard, the Republicans, to instill in people, is fear. When they talk about immigrants, they talk about poisoning the blood in America. They talk about murderers and rapists. They're trying to put fear into everybody. So much so that we need to make sure that our children that are going to school don't have to fear that when they get home, their parents may not be there because there's a fear of deportation. We've got to make sure that our children that are going to school don't have a fear of gun violence, that their parents don't have to fear that they may send their child to school in the morning, but their child may not come back. Think about it. And women, we have to fear, especially here in Texas with all the, excuse my language, crazy freaking things they've been doing in Texas with women, banning abortion. You can't cross state lines. Some cities are doing ordinances that you can't even cross their streets, that they want to jail the doctors. That is a real fear from especially young women, that when they're going to need that emergency reproductive care, that they're not going to get it. So everything that the Republicans seem to be working on is to put fear in people so that you're so scared that you're going to try to boot out the Democrats. But we're not going to let them, are we? Because we know better. And the one that gets me the most is the fear that they're putting on our seniors. You know, the Republican study group has already said that if they come back and they have the gavel, that they want to get rid of Medicare and Medicaid, and they want to change Social Security. When I visit seniors at my senior centers, they're scared. They're afraid that that may happen. But you know, it's like FDR said, and of course you know Social Security was one of his programs, we must protect our freedoms to ensure that every American is free of all these fears and has the freedom for expression, freedom from want. And from want is simple. That just means economic freedom, making sure people have jobs. And under President Biden, every single month, more and more jobs are being created. He has created more jobs in the time that he's been there than almost all the other presidents combined. He's been working on making sure for our seniors that we reduce the insulin price to $35. And I know for my family, and Latinos, we get diabetes more than any other group. I come from a family of 10. Half of us already have diabetes. We got to take care of people, just like that pastor said this morning. So we got to make sure that we're out there and we really, really work on making sure we protect our freedoms, because our freedoms and our democracy is at stake. Democracy is a gift that we got to take from one generation as a gift to the next. We got to make sure that we can give the gift of democracy back to our children and grandchildren. Let's work it. Go Democrats!
We're a family where we'd swipe our debit card at the grocery store and just pray. And I've always felt if you give folks a shot, then it's up to them from there. But if you don't give them one, then that's not on them, that's on us.
The rebound in the U.S. economy is showing even more strength.
Unemployment dipped below 4% by the end of my first year in office.
Last month, Texas added nearly 50,000 jobs to its roster. It's the highest growth rate in the nation.
A record 5.5 million small business applications filed last year.
Samsung plans to invest a total of $45 billion right here in Central Texas.
We have passed the milestone of 15 million jobs created.
President Biden taking aim at America's wealthiest with a new billionaire minimum tax.
I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American.
The Biden administration announcing a new rule raising the salary threshold
that makes it harder for companies to treat gig workers as independent contractors, forcing businesses to offer salary benefits and protections.
Please welcome to the stage Representative Eddie Morales.
Hola, mi gente. Buenos días. I can't hear you. Buenos dias. All right. It's a lively crowd today. I represent over 770 miles of a shared border with Mexico. The largest House district in the United States, from Eagle Pass, our hometown, all through West Texas, and ends at the far east side of El Paso. Where's El Paso? There we go. I come today to speak to you about the border and the Texas economy. And on that note, let me share with you an experience that began close to 40 years ago. I want you to imagine a husband and a wife with their 2 young children. The couple had limited English skills and only a Mexican high school education, but worked hard to get their permanent resident alien paperwork to live in the United States. After years of struggling to make ends meet and working odd jobs, they were presented with an opportunity to buy a tortilla factory in the small border town where they had decided to lay their roots. Apart from eating tortillas, which I know a lot of us know how to eat tortillas, they knew nothing about the business. But one thing was certain: they wanted a better life for their children. Don't we all? They took the plunge and sunk all their sweat, their tears, their hard work, and the little money they had into growing that business. The early years were hard, and they relied on their children and extended family members to help with all aspects of the business. The business grew through the years, and so did their dreams. That one small business created a ripple effect that helped other family members set up their businesses as well. And the couple's 2 children were the first ones to obtain a 4-year college degree. This is a story of the American dream in a small border town that paved the path for future generations of success. It is a story that I believe many of you and many of those in this nation of immigrants can relate to. You know, growing up and living on the border brings you a unique perspective, a deeper connection to what a migrant yearns for and what a Texan believes is the true essence of growing up in Texas and being an American. And with your help, I believe the time has come for us to focus on the economic strength that the border holds and to stop those that simply want to divide us or use our border communities as a photo op or as a political theater for their own self-serving needs. I see a Texas border that will be the envy of other nations, a future where advancements in logistics, science, and technology and artificial intelligence, coupled with the ingenuity of our Texas workforce, are free to create a border corridor that will help protect our environment and increase our economic output to take Texas to the next level. Where titans of industry and corporate America will see opportunities for growth, where all of us have an opportunity to obtain well-paying jobs that provide for our families and expand the middle class. The Texas of tomorrow can and will be led by the connections we forge and the investments we explore with our friends to the south of our border. They are our biggest trading partner. I see a border where our land port bridge crossings are performed in an orderly manner through innovation and efficiency to keep those that will harm us at bay, and we focus on law and order, where we provide our law enforcement with state-of-the-art equipment to protect all Americans and fight the drug epidemic that those that have been in statewide power for decades have let run rampant. A border where trade, commerce, and products are crossing 24/7 at a pace that is unparalleled in the rest of the world. Embracing these opportunities will help stimulate the economy, will help stimulate the economic potential of the rest of the state and the country. But that will only happen with your help and with those at home. Sí se puede, mi gente, sí se puede. To do that, we must acknowledge that our Democratic Party tent is diverse and stretches far and wide, that we embrace and value differing opinions so long as they help shape better policy, where we stand united in our common values and not let our differences divide us, where we acknowledge, champion, and support candidates who actually work to solve the issues of our time and of tomorrow. We Are Texas is more than just a slogan or a quote. It personifies the very nature of our uniqueness and our ideals. Close to 40 years ago, a migrant couple took a leap of faith that changed their lives and those close to them forever. Their decision carved a pathway for their son to go on to obtain a law degree and have a successful law practice for the last 2 decades. That same young man who started working at 12 years old at the family business had his 3 children go through the same experiences working that family factory. That same business he and his wife now proudly own. Who would have thought that the son of immigrants would one day find himself addressing an audience at the Texas Democratic Convention? In my 49 years on this world, I have been called many things. But being called el hijo del tortillero, the son of the tortilla maker, has been one that I cherish the most. And I know that in this convention arena of proud and diverse Democrats, I am not alone in that feeling. That's right. It is up to us to return Texas and America to the ideals that set our country apart. As the beacon of light, all other countries are going to continue to aspire to. I trust most in this room have similar stories they can share back home, and I invite you to engage with your neighbors, your friends, and family so that we can remind them and each other of what made Texas and this country distinct. Texas Democrats, I ask you that you fight to keep the American dream alive, and that we all fight to ensure that we have a Texas for all. Sí se puede, mi gente. Thank you, El Paso. Thank you, Texas Democrats. Let's get this win in November.
Please welcome Houston City Controller and former TDP Vice Chair for Finance, Chris Hollands.
Good morning, Texas Democrats. It's an honor to be here with you today. My name is Chris Hollands. I'm a proud native Houstonian, and today I have the privilege of serving as the city controller in my beloved hometown. If you live in the city of Houston, it's my job to protect your tax dollars. But you might remember that before that, it was my job as county clerk to protect and preserve the right to vote in Harris County. We brought innovations like drive-through voting and 24-hour voting to make sure that 2.5 million Americans could make their voices heard. Do we have Houston and Harris County in the house today? There we go. Now listen, I love me some Houston, but make no mistake, I am a dyed-in-the-wool Texas Democrat. I had the honor of serving as your TDP Vice Chair for Finance from 2018 to 2022, working tirelessly to ensure that our party had the resources to fight for a better Texas. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. Resources, money, your pocketbook. You see, we gather here today at a critical juncture for our state and for our nation. This fall, voters will have a choice between two very different economic visions for America. Under President Biden, we're rebuilding our economy from the chaos and devastation left behind by Donald Trump. But did you know that it's not just Trump? I did some homework and I could not believe this when I saw it. Did you know that every single Republican president since 1980 has led us into a recession? And did you know that every single Democratic president has let us out? Our fellow Texan George W. did us a favor. He led us into 2 recessions. Good Lord. But if you can believe it, everything's bigger in Texas, huh? If you can believe it, Donald Trump is even worse. His tax scam gave away almost $5 trillion in handouts to billionaires, while doing his best to cut our Social Security and health care for the rest of us. And Ted Cruz has been there as Daddy Trump's lapdog for every single vote. Trump left the White House with the worst jobs record since the Great Depression. And since then, Ted Cruz has voted against not only the American Rescue Plan that brought cities like Houston and El Paso and Abilene and Beaumont out of the economic devastation of the pandemic, but he also voted against the bipartisan infrastructure law that's pumping billions into Texas today for much needed projects like broadband internet in every single one of our communities. But what's Joe Biden done? Thank you for asking, good question. Well, he's only created about 15 million jobs. He's only maintained unemployment below 4% for the longest stretch in 50 years. Listen, y'all, wealth in Black communities is up 60% compared to pre-pandemic levels. 60%. Joe Biden's child tax credit, which Colin Allred championed and Ted Cruz opposed, cut child poverty in the Latino community by 43%. They're not like us. Last year under President Biden, the Small Business Administration backed 7,500 loans to Asian-owned businesses alone, totaling more than $6 billion with a B. The Inflation Reduction Act has allocated more than $3 billion to 37,000 farmers. And how do you think Teddy voted on that one? They're not like us. My brother Colin Allred had our back. And for the first time in a long time, because of Biden's policies, young people are experiencing real growth in wages. That, plus $144 billion in student loan forgiveness, is finally giving the next generation real opportunities to build something for themselves and for their families. These are not just statistics, people. These are homes and businesses that were saved by Democrats despite Republican opposition. These are children that were given a fighting chance, a fighting chance that Ted Cruz would just as soon stamp out if it meant that one of his friends had to get a smaller private jet. Donald Trump just had to sell one of his private jets last week. Poor thing, poor thing. Did I mention capping prescription drug prices or banning hidden junk fees that harm us and pad the pockets of big corporations? Joe Biden did that. The choice is clear this November. If you take a real look at what MAGA Republicans have to offer, you can see that they're not like us. Donald Trump and Ted Cruz are doubling down on an extreme economic agenda that threatens our jobs, that threatens our small businesses, that threatens our livelihoods. It's time to put them out to pasture for good. And listen, I will even buy their tickets to Cancun myself, since thanks to Joe Biden, I don't have to pay the junk fees anymore. But I gotta tell you this, Texas Democrats, the sad truth is that the best candidate and the best party don't always win. Over the last 30 years, we've seen folks like Beto, Wendy Davis, Ron Kirk, and others come up short in these critical elections. And the state of Texas is so much worse off than it would have been had they won. We have to realize that more often than not, the campaign that wins is simply the one that's the most organized, the most strategic, the one who uses their resources most wisely. It's the one that makes the most compelling case to the most Texans, the one that makes the stakes real and relevant for Texas voters, and the one that ultimately does everything that they can to make sure that voters make it out to the polls. Texas Democrats, if we're gonna win, that's what we have to do. And we in this room are the ones that have to do it. We are a unique bunch, I gotta tell you. 99.99% of Texans are not paying as much attention to politics as we are. And you gotta understand, they're working to make ends meet. They're trying to get their kids to school on time and in the evenings get them to soccer practice. They're taking care of a sick family member, or they're trying to rebuild after the most recent natural disaster. They're trying to maintain their sanity in a world that is getting more and more unpredictable by the day. But if you're within the sound of my voice this morning, it's because you're one of the chosen few. You get it. You understand the difference between the Texas that we could have, one where our kids have access to excellent public education, one where working families have a real shot at success, one where we can make our own healthcare decisions. Shit, one where we have healthcare to begin with. You know the difference. You know the difference between that ideal Texas and the Texas that we're getting under the embarrassment of Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick and Ted Cruz. And you being here in 100-degree heat this weekend, and it's about 110 up here with all these lights shining, that means that you have the passion and the dedication that it's gonna take to move our state in the right direction. And let's just admit it, it honestly means you're a little crazy. Just crazy enough to believe that you can make a difference. That you can make a difference. And I came here to tell you something this morning. I believe you. I believe that with your actions, you can move Texas forward. I believe that with your hard work, I can believe that with your tireless efforts, that you can move Texas forward. We can move Texas forward, and we will move Texas forward if we commit to moving Texas forward together. Are y'all with me? Are y'all with me? Texas Democrats, I love y'all. God bless you, and God bless the future of the great state of Texas.
Welcome Welcome to the 2024 Texas Democratic Convention.
As Democrats, we know that Republicans are undermining our democracy by attacking our freedom to vote.
In Texas, Republicans passed SB 1, a wide-ranging anti-voter Jim Crow-era law that emboldened hyper-partisan Republican poll watchers,
created unnecessary and confusing steps to mail voting, including adding ID numbers to applications and ballots,
and making it harder for voters to have someone assist them while voting, and so much more.
Voters are nervous and scared, especially after the passage of SB 1, and we know they will be calling our voter assistance hotline to make sure their vote is counted. They'll also be looking for Democratic poll watchers to have their back when they go vote.
As the voter protection team, our top priority is making sure that every eligible Texas voter has the tools that they need to vote in every election.
From making sure polling places are open on time,
to ensuring no eligible voters are missing from the voter rolls,
to answering live questions on the voter assistance hotline,
we provide a wide range of support that both helps voters with their individual problems and resolves issues on a larger scale. Our team recruits, trains, and mobilizes hundreds of volunteers that assist voters with any issue they may face at their polling location in real time.
But we can't do this alone.
Join us in our fight to keep the wheel of democracy turning.
Because we know that if Texas Democrats empower each and every eligible voter, then we can win.
Join the voter protection volunteer team at txdem.co/votprovol.
Please welcome to the stage your nominee for State Representative District 7, Marina Cooper.
Hello, Texas Democrats. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to speak up because today we as a party are truly in need of a voice. For the past 30 years, my district, House District 7, has not had a single Democratic candidate. Why? Republicans are grooming their young people and preparing them for leadership roles. What are we doing to produce more viable candidates or people to work in the party? Many of the strong Democratic leaders of my youth have raised the current Republican leaders in office. How is it possible that we are not only failing to influence others, but failing to influence our own children? We've got to change that. We need to wake up, stay woke, and speak up about what it means to be a Democrat. And about our achievements, like creating 13 million new jobs, canceling $116 billion in student debt, and passing a historic infrastructure bill. We got to clap for that. We need to speak up. We need to speak up and find others who understand that to build a better Texas, we must do as the Bible said, do good, lend expecting nothing in return, and defend the weak and the fatherless. We need to remember that social media is designed to confuse you. In East Texas, some elected officials have refused to accept funding, leaving our communities behind. In my hometown of Jefferson, Texas, we have no full-time doctor, no public health clinic, no hospital, and no pharmacy because we have elected officials that just do not care. Greg Abbott and the Republicans have slashed funding for special programs and refused to expand Medicaid, smothering our rural communities and creating a healthcare desert. My friends, this is a lack of leadership. It's time to stand up, y'all. I come before you with a vision for Texas, a vision that echoes the spirit of extreme makeover, transforming the dull into the new, the tired into the vibrant. We, as Democrats, need to challenge people to take a stand for what they believe in. In the last major election, 9.6 million registered voters in Texas did not vote because what? We didn't give them a reason to. I stand here as a voice for healthcare as a right and not a privilege. Over 4.9 million Texans are uninsured due to the lack of expanded Medicaid. I believe that a woman's rights and body autonomy are fundamental. I value veterans and I support their fight for access to services. I believe in education and including sustaining and supporting the public school system. The reality is, Greg Abbott is holding the largest surplus in state history hostage. His plan for vouchers puts communities like mine at risk. If we truly want to make America great again, we must trust our local school districts and pay our teachers better. Let's ensure that they can live and work in the same city without the need for multiple jobs to make ends meet. And when they retire, let them do so with dignity and not fear. It's time to show up, y'all. We gotta be present in all spaces. We gotta call out fascism. We gotta call out extremism. And we gotta let people know the dangers of living under dictators like Trump and Greg Abbott. Yeah, my mantra is simple, yet it's powerful. We're gonna break barriers, we're gonna build communities, and we're gonna unite Texas. Let's create a place we can all be proud to call home. And we're gonna support a vision for a better Texas. We will turn Texas blue. And we'll turn Texas true. True to our values, true to our beliefs, and definitely true to our faith. Together, we can build a future that honors our past and embraces our dreams. As the old adage goes, the woman who walks with God will always reach her destination. And I want each and every one of you there with me when I get there in November. Yeah, it's our time, friends. Es nuestro momento. It's our time. I am my ancestors' wildest dreams. I am a mom. I am a sister. I am a cousin. I am a widow. I am a friend. And most of all, I am a Democrat. Yeah, and I'm running for Texas State House of Representatives, District 7. And you put every Republican you know on notice. We see you, and we're coming for you. I am Marina Cooper. Thank you so much.
For years, Republicans have continued to put up obstacles for voters across Texas, making it harder and harder for them to cast their ballots. In rural areas especially, many Texans have to drive up to 25 miles one way just to reach their polling place. This isn't just a small inconvenience. These are deliberate barriers purposely built to disenfranchise voters, barriers that disproportionately impact senior citizens, voters with disabilities, and those in remote areas. That's why, over the past decade, the Texas Democratic Party has dedicated itself to breaking down these barriers by proactively sending mail ballot applications to voters age 65 or older. Our Vote by Mail program is pivotal to our collective mission of ensuring the voices of all Texas Democrats are heard, no matter who they are or where they live. It is one of our most cost-effective programs, averaging just $12.20 per vote, and has helped flip legislative, congressional, and judicial seats. In 2022, facing a new set of confusing mail ballot laws, we worked tirelessly to create a new, intuitive form that significantly reduced mail ballot rejections. And in that year's general election, we sent out more than 500,000 mail ballot applications. That netted an additional 12,500 votes that would not have been cast otherwise without this program. This year, in partnership with county parties, we sent out 625,000 applications ahead of the primary election, and we're gearing up to send out hundreds of thousands more this fall. Our county parties are working hard to fundraise for this program, but to scale it across a state as big as Texas, we need your help. Your contribution today, however large or small, will go a long way toward ensuring Texans aren't silenced. On behalf of Texas Democrats everywhere, thank you for your support.
Please welcome to the stage Texas Democratic Party Treasurer Otis Evar.
Well, it's time to get those phones out and that cash out, because we're about to pass the bucket. Good afternoon, Texas Democrats. Oh, we can do a little better than that. Good afternoon, Texas Democrats. It's an honor to be here in El Paso, a city that reflects the vibrant and diverse spirit of our great state of Texas. I'm Otis Evar, your treasurer, and today I stand before you with a message of hope, unity, and action. At this critical juncture, it's more important now than ever to invest in the Texas Democratic Party. The future of our state, our communities, and our families depends on it. Our journey is not just about winning elections. It's about lifting up every Texan from the Panhandle to the Rio Grande Valley. It's about standing up for what's right, even when it's hard, and believing that together we can create a Texas that truly reflects the values we hold dear. Investing in the Texas Democratic Party is an investment in health care that is accessible and affordable for all. We've seen too many families struggle to pay medical bills. Too many lives lost because they couldn't afford care. It doesn't have to be this way, Texas Democrats. When we invest in our party, we invest in expanding Medicaid, protecting reproductive rights, and ensuring that every Texan has the mental health support they need. Education is the cornerstone of our democracy. Every child in Texas, no matter where they come from, deserves a chance to succeed. Our teachers are the unsung heroes of our communities, and they deserve our unwavering support. By investing in the TDP, we are fighting for better funding for our schools, for smaller class sizes, for the resources our educators need to prepare our children for the future, and especially rejecting that Abbott school voucher scam. Because we know that when our children succeed, Texas succeeds. And we stand for economic justice. It's about ensuring that every Texan has the opportunity to thrive, not merely survive. It's about fighting for fair wages, supporting our small businesses, encouraging our Texas entrepreneurial spirit, and ensuring that our economy works for everyone and not just the wealthy few. By investing in our party, we are saying that we believe in Texas where hard work is rewarded, where our families can get ahead, and where everyone has a fair shot. But beyond policies and platforms, being a Democrat today means embracing our shared humanity. It means standing together in the face of division and hatred. It means recognizing that our diversity is our strength and that we are stronger together. It means we build bridges and not walls. It means fighting for justice, equality, and opportunity for all, not just in words, but in action. I won't lie to you. In the love I have for our great state, I'm angry. I'm pissed as hell. Do you see what the state leadership is trying to turn Texas into? Aren't you mad? Aren't you pissed? Aren't you frustrated? But one of the things I've learned is when we are angry about these awful things, we rise and we take action against it. Now more than ever, Texas Democrats, we need your support. Every dollar, every volunteer hour, every conversation with a neighbor about why vote blue, it all makes a difference. We have seen what we can achieve when we come together. But we know there is so much more to do. And that includes right now, today. The future of Texas is on the line. And together we can ensure that it is a future of progress, of hope, and my friends, of opportunity. Let us invest in the Texas Democratic Party. Let us secure a better Texas. Let us fight for the values we hold dear, and let us remember that together we can and we will create the change we seek. Texas Democrats, it's time. Take out your phones, yeah, and I mean right now. Scan those QR codes and donate. And listen, I know a lot of you have spent a lot of money coming out to El Paso, but if you can just give me $1, we can make a difference. The future of our state, our communities, and our families depend on it. I'm Otis Evar, and I look forward to turning Texas blue with you all.
Please welcome to the stage Texas Democratic Party Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair of Finance, Kendall Scutter.
What's happening, Texas Democrats? Look, while y'all are passing those buckets around and scanning those QR codes to become a sustaining member, right? I want to take a second and address all the people of Texas. You know, there's a saying in East Texas. Any jackass can kick down a barn, but it takes a carpenter to build one. And ooh, buddy, do I got some bad news for you. Because this state's been throwing away our carpenters and electing a bunch of jackasses. But don't just take my word for it, take theirs. Republicans will tell you that we have a crisis on our border, that our public's to send your kids to a fancy private school. They'll tell you that people are getting taxed out of their homes, but what they won't tell you is that they're the ones who've been in charge for 30 years. So wow, who could have possibly done all of this? They think you're stupid. And I got a hard truth for you. If you vote for a guy with 34 felony convictions, you might be. And while I'm telling hard truths, I've got one for you too, Texas Democrats. Because when Donald Trump was granted full due process and convicted by a jury of his peers of 34 felony counts, the radical far-right MAGA conspiracy theorists raised him $54 million in a single day. And this isn't the kind of $54 million you get from selling your soul to a bunch of oil tycoons in West Texas. This is the money that came from individual people like you and me, only weirder. That's $54 million that they're going to use to pass a national ban on life-saving abortion care. $54 million that they'll use to wage their war on working class people in this country to push their never trickle-down tax schemes. $54 million that they'll use to shut the doors of your community public schools and demean our neighborhood educators. Imagine what we could do with $54 million. Heck, I'll take a flat 50. The Texas Democratic Party is standing in the way of one of the greatest heists that we have ever seen, to take money from your community schools and use it for welfare for the well-off. Don't let anyone tell you that your small dollar contributions don't make a difference. I can think of 54 examples that they do. That shit adds up, y'all. I know that you're working hard, and we see you giving everything that you have. The onslaught of bad news cycles can be disheartening and isolating, but know that your Texas Democratic Party sees you and the work that you're putting in, and that we're in this together with you. So whether you are in Texarkana or in El Paso, you're in Amarillo, or you're in Houston like my buddy Otis, it takes all of us together to get this across the finish line. Am I right, Otis?
Uh-oh. There we go. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
All right, where are those buckets at? Have the buckets been going around? Who has a bucket? Give me a whoop whoop if you got a bucket. Okay. Make sure you bring it up here. These guys want to give some money too.
Yeah, we heard a lot of woot woots up here, not a lot of woot woos back there.
Look, this is the section of the convention where we have to beg you, okay? We're begging you.
We have to plead.
Put money in. Chairman Hinojosa has a very expensive mustache budget. If you don't put money in that bucket, I'm going to be sadder than Mike Johnson at a pride parade, okay? I need you to put money in the bucket.
Y'all can tell Kendall's the comedian up here. Speaking of expensive budgets, We should have a QR code up for you all to scan as well, too.
Yeah, can we put the QR code up so folks can scan
because the Texas Democratic Party has upgraded.
And here's the thing, I need you to scan that QR code, or if you're a delegate under the age of 40, teach the person next to you how to scan a QR code.
Please help them.
I'm teasing, I'm sorry, I'm teasing.
See, I knew better not to make the age jokes up here.
Otis knows better than me, I'm sorry.
No, thank you all so much for seriously giving to the Texas Democratic Party. We need it. From our vote by mail program to making sure that we have door knockers, people making phone calls, those pesky text messages you get from people like me and Kendall begging you for money or to take action. We really need it.
So while the buckets are going around, we have to make sure we're taking time. We don't want to just distract from teachers. Are we circulating buckets? Because I haven't seen them up here. Where's the bucket? Okay, it's gone back. So like happened before I got out here. I see where you're at. Okay, that's great. It's just like an offering plate at Joel Osteen's church, except the money's going to actually go to help people instead of mansions and private planes.
Not at my church, not at my church. Bishop Ogletree, if you're watching, I know where the money goes. No, but it is definitely like Sunday morning all over again.
No, I mean,
around.
I joke, but in actuality, raising money is very hard. And in order to raise the kind of money that Donald Trump and them are kind of able to raise off of his felony convictions, we have to have
Wait. Are you telling me the Republican nominee is a convicted felon?
What? In order for us to be able to compete with that, we need small dollars. And so I want to talk to you for just a second about our Texas Trailblazer program. You've seen some videos about that. This is the small dollar monthly contributions. It could be as low as $3, y'all. Yeah. I mean, if you buy us a beer, okay? I mean, it's $3 a month, and that money could actually go to maintaining our staff levels, making sure that you have quality data programs in place, making sure that our voter protection team is operating, lots of stuff that you don't see. And if you don't see us, sometimes that means we're actually doing our job pretty well.
That's right. And it's super important, even just to fund our staff as well, too, who's doing an amazing job. By the way, please give a round of applause to our amazing staff who has been relentlessly running around with earpieces. I can just imagine Emma Pinkerton right now running around trying to get us situated.
There she is. There's Emma.
Oh, see, she's running around somewhere. There she goes in the back. No, but seriously, funding our party, funding our staff, and making sure those things are a well-oiled machine, because we got to have money in the bank to make sure that we defeat Ted Cruz.
Yeah, and I tell you, I'm going to speak on behalf of Emma. When she sees those buckets, she wants to see so much money in there that Donald Trump couldn't even pull it out with his tiny little hands if he tried.
We always go to the hands with that man, don't we? Ironically, he can never keep his hands to himself either.
This guy, Otis got jokes too.
I got to warm up a little bit.
Well, we greatly appreciate you and everything that you're doing for our party, and know that we are working as volunteers our asses off to make sure that we're delivering the best state party for you that we possibly can. And every dollar that you're giving today means a whole lot. So we had the QR codes. Let's put them up one more time before Otis.
Yeah, guys, they don't want to see us. We want to see the QR code.
Yeah.
Keep it up there so they can keep giving us more money, so we can keep funding Kendall's closet.
I wish.
Or Chairman's mustache. Oh, man. No, you guys have been amazing. And also, we want to say, and I know I can speak for Kendall as well, too. We want to say and tell you all, thank you for stopping us, telling us what's going on in your neck of the woods in Texas. That's super important for us. I'm from Houston. So, we think everything's bigger in Houston, not Texas. So when we get to hear about the other parts of Texas, it's really important for us. It humbles us. Well, not so much, because we still have one more World Series championships than, the Texas Rangers or the Arlington Rangers or the Fort Worth Rangers. Where do y'all play baseball again? I
don't have time to watch sports. I'm busy raising money, Otis.
No, but y'all keep us humble, and it's great to go back to Houston and tell all the magnificent stories that we've heard from you all.
No. But thank you all so much for everything that you're doing, everything that you're giving. QR codes are up, and enjoy the rest of your convention. We'll stop trying to hawk money out of you. Thank you guys very much.
No, we will not. No, we will not. Bye, y'all.
Our county parties are the backbone of the Texas Democratic Party. From the big city streets to the small town communities that make up the bulk of our great state, our county parties are essential to electing Democrats up and down the ballot at the grassroots level. Our county parties do the hard work of democracy. They coordinate primary elections, support our Democratic candidates, organize their communities, and do so much more. Their on-the-ground work ensures that every Texan can unite under our Democratic goals. County parties are made up of everyday Texans who want to make a difference in their local governments. They know their communities well and are ready to fight for them every single day. Thank you to our county parties and their volunteers for constantly putting in the work to coordinate Democratic efforts across the state.
It's the labor movement that fought for the 40-hour week, for the weekend, for equal pay, for equal work.
They're demanding for an increase in salaries as well as better job security, and also a suspension of harsh productivity and surveillance from Amazon.
The strikes now involve 46,000 workers at 40 assembly plants and part centers around the country.
The middle class built the country. And unions built the middle class. You deserve what you've earned, and you've earned a hell of a lot more than you're getting paid now.
The UAW is endorsing Joe Biden for President of the United States.
Please welcome to the stage, Derek Osebase.
Good afternoon, delegates. How are we feeling out there? Where's my union family at? Where's my working class people at? All right. Well, again, my name is Derek Osebase. I am the International Vice President for Communication Workers of America. We like to call ourselves the fighting union in Texas. We represent over 75,000 public sector and private sector employees. We have been in this fight in Texas for over 20 years trying to make sure that, we're bringing better pay and workers' rights to this state. We're not giving up on this state. CWA's been invested in this state for over 15 years. We have a plan to work with you to change this state. And I think we have a challenge as Democrats. We have to make sure that we are clearly projecting to our voters that we stand by them. It's been rough for folks in the last 20 years under Republican rule. Women have been worse off over the last 20 years under Republican rule. Black and brown people have been under attack under Republican rule. This has to stop. Workers continue. Our workers, everybody who works, continues to pay the share of the rich and the wealthy. While getting nickel and dime by Dan Patrick and Governor Abbott and their policies, we continue to bear the brunt of the weight of this economy. We're in this fight for our lives as working class people. It's a constant struggle to survive in a corporate America. We have to consolidate and organize our power. As progressives, as workers, we have to consolidate and organize. We teach our members that just like Republicans and the wealthy, they organize their wealth and their power, we have to do the same. We need Democrats to join us to take this message out to our communities. Working class Texans are sick and tired of being sick and tired. They're looking for an alternative. They're looking for Democrats to be courageous, to paint a vision of this state where we're gonna build a multiracial working class. We gotta make sure we're clear that voters know that it's Democrats that's the party of the workers, that it's Democrats that believe that every worker in Texas deserves to collectively build their power and join a union. It's Democrats who are the champions and who will deliver policies that will outlaw union-busting tactics by corporations. We have a real decision to make as Democrats this cycle. And that is, are we gonna stand up for our democracy? Are we? Are we gonna stand up and fight for our state? If that answer is yes, then each and every one of us has a job to do. We have to communicate our values clearly. There must be no doubt in voters' minds that it is the Democratic Party, that it is the Democratic Party that's gonna fight for women's autonomy, that it's the Democratic Party that's gonna fight for racial justice, that it's the Democratic Party that's gonna fight for working class people in this state. If we make no apologies and show courage, I believe we can win. Do you believe we can win? Do you believe we can win? Well, I want to hear us say it again. I believe that we can win. 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 All right, thank y'all very much. I want to thank you. I want to thank my CWA members. God bless you.
Please welcome your nominee for Texas Railroad Commission, Katherine Colbert.
Good afternoon, Texas Democrats. My name is Katherine Colbert, and I am proud to be your nominee for the Texas Railroad Commission. Thank you for having me here in El Paso and for your overwhelming support in the primary. I can't wait, with your help, to bring a Democrat back into statewide office here in Texas. Three weeks ago, during a violent derecho in Houston, I watched the wall of the building across the street from me collapse, while parts of my building ductwork got thrown from the roof onto my parking garage. Weeks earlier, I listened to tales from a coworker who lost her dock due to lake flooding. When I hear helicopters flying, I wonder if they're on their way to rescue someone from a rooftop, as they did during Hurricane Harvey. And when I hear rain in the middle of the night, I immediately check the flood gauge in the bayou out back to see if I will be able to get out of my garage in the morning. All of these are direct results of the changing climate and the Texas Railroad Commission not enforcing the rules to keep our communities safe. You can probably tell I'm not a politician. I'm much more comfortable in my flame-resistant clothing at a pipeline facility than I am here on this stage. This is a race about the most important industry in Texas, and I have experience in that industry. This office needs technical expertise, and I am an engineer who has the technical know-how to understand the details of what comes before the commission. I grew up playing outside in the backyard, went to school at the College of Environmental Science and Forestry, and have spent over 20 years helping companies follow the process safety regulations to keep their nasty chemicals in the pipe and not harm our communities, our workers, and our environment. What has me concerned is the irreparable harm the Texas Railroad Commission is doing to our great state. The current commissioners have never worked in the industry that they regulate. They don't understand the technical aspects of drilling and moving materials safely, and they appear to be more concerned with protecting their campaign donors and their own royalties rather than protecting Texans. I am proud to live in the energy capital of the world, and I know that Texas can continue to be a leader in addressing climate change. But to do that, we need a railroad commission that believes in science. Our climate is at a breaking point. Everywhere across this great state, we are facing catastrophic weather events, from the lack of water in the valley, to earthquakes in West Texas, to tornadoes in North Texas, to winter storms and heat domes. Everyone in this hall knows it. We see it with the intensity and frequency of storms, heat waves, and droughts. The Railroad Commission is literally killing us. They are allowing multi-billion-dollar companies to pollute the ground we live on, the water we drink, and the air we breathe, while the companies are making record profits and giving six-figure campaign donations to the current commissioners. The decisions we make today will affect our future, and the longer we wait, the worse it's going to get. We need leadership that understands the energy industry and will work hard to mitigate the damage that has been done and to stand up to companies to prevent future damage from occurring. We can no longer have blind faith that regulators are doing their job. Our communities are hurting, not only here in Texas, but around the globe. This job is bigger than Texas. This job has global implications, and we need to fight as Texans because Texans deserve better. We deserve a leader who cares about the job, a leader who cares about the folks making a living in the energy industry every day, a leader who cares about the health and well-being of Texan kids and who wants to see them grow up to thrive in our great state, a leader who cares about the environment. I am that person, and I am sick and tired of watching our communities get hurt by the politicians on the Railroad Commission. We've had enough of the conflicts of interest. We've had enough of the corruption. We've had enough of the Texas environment taking a back seat. We need to protect the air we breathe, the water we drink, the land we live on, and the communities we are a part of. And I can't do it alone. I need each of you to keep making the calls, knocking on doors, and talking to your neighbors to tell them about the environmental impacts the Railroad Commission is having. I invite you now to take out your phones, go to katherinefortexas.com, follow me on all the socials, chip in if you can, and most importantly, please keep up the great work. I look forward to continuing this fight for a better Texas alongside all of y'all. Thank you, Democrats.
Hello, Texas Democrats. Pursuant to our party rules, this serves as your notice that the convention will be considering the DNC Nominations Committee report in at least 30 minutes. To present the Credentials Committee report, please welcome to the stage Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair Shay Wyrick Cathy and Credentials Committee Chair John Hatch.
Thank you. I now recognize Permanent Credentials Chair John Hatch with the Credentials report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee met according to the rules to prepare the updated roll of the convention. The current delegate count on the proposed roll is now 1,986 delegates. That's right, come on. The full delegate list is available on the Texas Democratic Convention website at txdem.co
24-public-delegates. On behalf of the committee, Madam Chair, I move that the revised roll call of the delegates be hereby submitted to be the permanent roll of the voting members of the convention.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the adoption of the updated roll from the Credentials Committee? Hearing none, the roll is adopted. Please continue, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We got to get this rule stuff done. All right. The committee also reviewed the following petitions, and the certified ones will be discussed during their appropriate report. There was a petition to pull from the consent with an amendment for the platform for smart government and infrastructure under zoning. That one certified. Pull from consent, rules, agenda item 1002, no preference on the primary ballot. That one certified. Pull from the consent with an amendment on the rules for section 1004, removing the precinct chair from office. That one certified. Pull with consent with an agenda, rules, section 1054-3, disciplinary committee enhancement, certified. Pull from consent, rules, 1050-2, ranked choice voting, certified. Pull from consent, rules 1011, remote voting, certified. Pull from consent with an amendment, platform, energy and environment regarding high-level nuclear waste. That one failed. The Credentials report also, the Credentials Committee reports that there is a rules petition that is close to meeting the 50% threshold. So a member of the committee has requested a recount of the petition to certify. So, Madam Chairman, on behalf of the committee, the report is filed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That now concludes our Credentials report.
To present the Platform Committee report, please welcome back to the stage Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair Shay Wyrick Cathy and Platform Committee Chair Hannah Horick.
Thank you. I now call on Platform Committee Chair Hannah Horick to give the report.
Madam Chair, the Permanent Platform Committee met for many hours and produced a recommended 2024 platform that would replace the 2022 platform. The committee's recommendations are presented as a consent calendar. Under the amended call to convention, any item on the consent calendar could be pulled for discussion or amendment no later than 6 p.m. Friday by petition of the least 10% of the delegates. By a petition of at least 10% of the delegates checked in at the time of submission. The following one item was pulled from the consent calendar. Platform subplank Community Planning Bullet 2 amended to read as ending racially motivated exclusionary forms of zoning which limit the supply of affordable housing options. The remaining platform recommendations remain on the consent calendar. On behalf of the committee, I move adoption of the recommendations remaining on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the convention standing rules, the committee's recommendations remaining on the consent calendar are adopted. We will now consider items that have been pulled for discussion. Madam Chair, you may continue your report.
Thank you. The first item pulled is to amend platform subplank community planning bullet 2, amended to add, quote, racially motivating, unquote, to read as ending racially motivated exclusionary forms of zoning which limit the supply of affordable housing options. Of note, even though the item belongs to the body, the original author is amenable to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Madam Chair.
That concludes the, they don't have a script for this part. That concludes our report.
Thank you.
He announced he has no intention of implementing a state health insurance exchange or expanding Medicaid as prescribed by the new federal health care law.
Ted Cruz has been holding the Senate floor since yesterday afternoon, all to show how much he wants to block President Obama's health care law.
We're one of the few states that still made the decision not to expand Medicaid to adults. Paying for the doctors, for paying for the facility, for paying for overhead, it just makes it all the more difficult.
The numbers look shocking. More than 2 million people dropped from Medicaid in Texas.
Texas already leads the nation in the number of children kicked off Medicaid.
The decision would force 125,000 low-income families in North Texas and 1.8 million across the state to switch plans.
I want to make sure that every Texan has access to affordable health insurance and affordable prescription drugs.
Please welcome to the stage Representative John Bucy.
Hello, Texas Democrats. I want to tell you a story about my greatest hero, my Republican grandfather who fought against the status quo and taught me that we all must do our part to make Texas as good as its promise. My grandfather, Dr. Robert K. Pendergrass, would have been 100 years old this year. He was the rock of our family, larger than life, and one of the best men I've ever known. He volunteered for service the day after Pearl Harbor. He would go on to become a surgeon and small-town doctor, trading medical services for meals or whatever his patients could afford. My grandfather loved his family, his community, and his country. And as I've gotten older, I learned that we can all learn a lot from him. You see, in the 1960s, he ran for president of the local school board on the platform of desegregating the schools. This was a full decade after Brown versus Board of Education in a small town in East Texas called Pittsburgh. In spite of the noise and the threats, my grandfather stayed true to his convictions. And when he won his race for school board, he kept his promise and integrated Pittsburgh ISD. Later in life, he helped administer the Texas Medicaid program. He was appointed first by Republican Governor Bill Clements, but then reappointed by Democratic Governor Mark White. He was proud of that bipartisanship. Now, shortly before I was elected, my grandfather passed away. We buried him on my 34th birthday, and he never got to see me be sworn in. But I think of him every time I turn my key and press my button to vote on the House floor. I think of the legacy that he left our family and the lessons he taught us about serving our community. My grandfather used to tell us grandkids, Texas needs victors, and I hope you will be one of them. My grandfather believed, as I believe, that Texas has so much potential, but we are leaving too many of our neighbors behind. I wish I could say that was an accident or an oversight, but it's the result of 30 years of intentional decision-making by radical extremists who put profit and power above doing what's best for Texans. The Republican Party no longer believes in my grandfather's Texas. If you measure society by how it treats children, the vulnerable, and the underserved, Greg Abbott's Texas is a colossal failure. Our neighborhood schools are underfunded, and educators go without a raise while we ban books, whitewash history, and lie about global warming. Families struggle to afford food and health care while we turn down billions in federal funds. Maternal mortality is on the rise. Abortion has been banned, and IVF and contraception are on the chopping block. Parents who love their LGBTQ+ children are attacked for simply supporting their kids. Hard-fought gains on voting rights have been rolled back, and gerrymandering has stacked the deck against the people. Kids can't even go to school without the looming threat of gun violence, and even while 1 million Texas children don't have health insurance and rural hospitals are closing at record rates, Greg Abbott has refused to expand Medicaid and bring our tax dollars home to help our neighbors. This is the Texas of Greg Abbott and Ted Cruz. This is the Texas Republican extremists brag about. This is a Texas my Republican grandfather would have been ashamed of. But it doesn't have to be this way. In spite of the bigotry, the hatred, the obstruction, and the corruption that we've seen from our state leaders and from Donald Trump and his enablers, in spite of all of that, I still have hope for better days ahead. I still wake up every day dedicated to building a Texas as good as its promise. The story of Texas is the story of resilience. From farmers and ranchers to rough riders and wildcatters, to musicians, football stars, and tech giants, it is from this great state that astronauts reach for the stars. Texas is where people have come to achieve more than they could have ever dreamed. That's not to say it hasn't been hard, or that we haven't fallen short in our pursuits or failed to live up to our highest ideals, because we have, and we will again. But what will define us as a party, as a state, as a people, is what we do next. Know this, Texas Democrats, we are not the bystanders in the story of our future. We are the authors. The power to create change lies within each of us. Our fight to build a Texas as good as its promise is about what we do with that power, how we close the gap between the promise and the reality of Texas. It comes down to the very heart of our humanity, to our commitment to care for those in need, and our responsibility to ensure we leave our world better than we found it. It's about building a table big enough for everyone. We are told hope is an action. It's not a belief. It's the hope of the activists organized in their community. The hope of the first-time candidate who feels they have something to offer. It's the hope of the frontline worker, the laborer, the teacher who knows their work builds this state's future. Don't be deterred by the cynics. Set aside the tired thinking that says Texas Democrats cannot succeed, that the odds against us are too high, that our opposition is too strong to overcome, because together we will defeat Donald Trump and re-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Together we will defeat Ted Cruz and elect my friend Colin Allred to the U.S. Senate. Together we will reject MAGA extremism and build a Texas as big as its promise. Texas Democrats, in the words of my grandfather, Texas needs victors, and I hope, I know you will be one of them. Thank y'all.
Please welcome to the stage, Bridget Bandit.
Hello, everybody. This past year, we saw a record number of anti-LGBTQIA+ bills introduced in the Texas legislature, including a bill aimed to ban drag. Imagine wanting to ban this. The bill ended up being written so broadly that it could have affected people like the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, with the dance moves that may be argued as sexual gesticulations, their words, not mine. Or Dolly Parton with her accessories that accentuate female sexual characteristics, again, their words, not mine. I showed up to the Capitol in full drag twice, alongside our queer community and organizations like Equality Texas, to argue for our basic human rights. After the bill was signed into law by Greg Abbott, I partnered with the ACLU of Texas to sue the state of Texas to fight for our freedom of expression. In court, I explained to the 84-year-old judge the kind of prosthetics and accessories I need to achieve this Dolly Parton silhouette. Like this double-stacked wig. He ultimately decided this Dolly Queen illusion was free speech. And because of this lawsuit and the work of the ACLU of Texas, and my fellow plaintiffs, 360 Queen Entertainment based in San Antonio, Extragrams also from Austin like me, the Woodlands Pride and Abilene Pride, the Texas drag ban has been blocked. The state's argument was that drag is not protected by the First Amendment because it doesn't express anything, which I find interesting coming from a group of people who argue I am inappropriate for kids simply because I am wearing a wig and slightly more mascara than the average person. The unfortunate truth about this is that while they spend their time attacking queer expression and people, real problems for Texans persist. The weekend before the House committee was to hear the drag ban bill, we had yet another mass shooting in our state in Allen, Texas, perpetrated by a man with neo-Nazi ideations. That same weekend, we had open neo-Nazis waving flags with swastikas on them out on our Texas streets in protest of an all-ages drag event in New Braunfels. By passing the drag ban, these legislators demonstrated which side of history they are choosing to be on. I myself am born and raised right here in Texas. I am a product of the Texas public school system. I have worked with children for over a decade, and I am now a full-time drag queen in Austin, Texas. Sometimes I read books to children in drag. And while some may argue that reading a book to children in a full-length, long-sleeved, hot pink gown and cotton candy-colored wig is inappropriate, the truth is that children are safer at a drag story time than at their own schools, especially with the protections we are forced to place on our events due to protesters and safety concerns. My heart aches for what Texas children are forced to experience living day to day in a state that is more focused on silencing drag queens than preventing gun violence. And my heart especially aches for our trans children. While the drag ban bill may have been blocked, the trans youth healthcare ban has gone into effect here in Texas, preventing access to hormone blockers that are medically necessary for more than just trans youth. Gender-affirming care is life-saving. Access to healthcare is a basic human right. These policies disproportionately affect LGBTQIA+ youth and people of color. We have a duty to protect our most marginalized communities. Trans kids deserve to grow into healthy adults. Trans people need to be supported by their community and government and healthcare systems. We should trust parents and medical professionals to make the correct healthcare decisions for our youth. And we have the responsibility to combat the increasingly hateful attacks on our LGBTQIA+ community. In the words of my favorite drag queen, Sasha Velour, violence is never the answer, but drag might be. Queer people have existed in Texas long before it was ever even called Texas, and no amount of laws or legislation can ever erase us. Queer Texans belong, and I encourage you all to continue supporting your local drag and queer community, not only during this Pride Month, but all year round, and especially on Election Day. And to quote Marsha P. Johnson, "There is no pride for some of us without liberation for all of us." Free Palestine, long live Texas drag, protect trans kids, and happy Pride Month, everybody!
To present the Resolutions Committee report, please welcome to the stage Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair Shay Wyrick Cathy and Resolutions Committee Chair Monica Ramirez Alcantara.
Thank you. I now call on Resolutions Chair Monica Ramirez Alcantara for the report.
Madam Chair, the Permanent Resolutions Committee met on May 24th and 30th as provided by the call to convention and made the following recommendations. The committee considered all of the resolutions referred to it from county and city conventions. The committee chose to report its recommendations as a consent calendar. Under the amended call to the convention, any item on the consent calendar could be pulled for discussion or amendment no later than 6 p.m. Friday by petition of at least 10% of the delegations checked in at the time of submission. No items were pulled from the resolutions consent calendar, and on behalf of the committee, I move adoption of the consent calendar by general consent. Thank you.
No objections? It's adopted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Al Green.
Thank you very much, Democrats, and still I rise. And still I rise. Proud to be an American, proud to sing the national anthem, proud to say the Pledge of Allegiance, proud to stand and salute the flag. But the greatness of America will not be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world will stand and salute the flag. The greatness of America will be measured by whether or not the Al Greens of the world will defend those who choose not to stand and salute the flag, will defend those who choose not to say the Pledge of Allegiance, will defend those who choose to protect the rights of babies being killed across the globe, will stand with those people in Palestine who are losing their lives. The greatness of America requires courage. You cannot be great and not have courage. I am proud. Proud to be an American because I should be. My ancestors. I am a scion of the enslaved people whose lives were sacrificed for 246 years to make America great. Yes, I'm proud to be in America because I salute them and you ought to salute them. They are the people on whose backs we stand. They planted the seeds, harvested the crops, fed the nation, helped build the Capitol, helped build the White House. They deserve our respect. Would you give them some respect for me, please? Yes, I'm proud. And I want you to know, I'm proud to say that there are people who are willing to go to distant places, who stand for liberty and justice. These people don't always return the way they left. They're the members of our military, and we ought to be grateful to them for the services they have rendered. If you're a member of the military, take a stand. We want to salute you for what you do to protect America. Let's hear it for our military. Yes, I'm proud. And I'm proud to tell you that just as our military has fought to defend liberty and justice for all abroad, we have to fight for it here. We have a fight on our hands. We've got to be willing to fight, and one of the tools that we have is the right to vote. And we've got to make sure that we use this tool to protect the rights of people who are LGBTQ+. We've got to make sure that we vote to make sure that there's nobody elected to office who wants to demean or defend the right of others to hurt them. We've got to protect the LGBTQ community. We've got to defend the right to have a public school system that's well funded. We've got to do this not only now, but we've got to do this in 4 years when we're going to take Greg Abbott out of office. He does not deserve to hold the office he has for too long. He's been in that office. He's got to go. The school system that we have now has served us well. In 1956, after the Brown decision, a Nobel laureate, Milton Friedman, he was the person who gave us the concept that we should use vouchers to maintain segregation. I refuse to go back, Governor Abbott. Governor Abbott, I refuse to let you voucherize the school system in this state. Public schools ought to be financed with public dollars. We should not send public dollars to private schools. The very wealthy people in this country, they don't want to fund public schools. They have their children in private schools. We must fund public schools. The wealthy's got to pay their fair share to fund public schools. I stand to fight for the right to have a decent public school system. And I'm going to fight for the right of teachers to have a hard day's work, but also to get a decent day's pay for a hard day's work. I'm going to fight to make sure teachers make money just as athletes make money. We cannot put athletes above teachers. Teachers deserve respect. They deserve to be paid a fair amount of money for the work that they do. Let's protect our teachers. I'm going to fight for a woman to have the right to choose. No man should tell a woman what she can do with her body. No man. These state legislatures are controlled by men. Men, listen to me. You're making a big mistake when you take on the women. I'm with the women. The women of the world deserve the right to choose what they're going to do with their bodies. I'm with the women. I stand with you. And for those men who have some consternation about standing with women, let me share this with you. Whether you believe it or not, or know it or not, you are here because some woman decided she would labor for 9 months and bear the pains associated with childbirth so that you could breathe the breath of life, and you would now deny her the right to choose what she does with her body? She chose you. And while we're on the subject of women, women ought to get the same pay for the same work. No man should get more than a woman gets when she does the same work a man does. Women deserve it. And men, if you truly believe that women are our equals, that we are not superior to them, then you ought to stand up and give every woman here a big expression of appreciation for what they are doing to make our world a better place. It's time for men to stand with women. Stand up. Be counted. Labor is ours. Labor unions belong to us. We Democrats support labor. It's time for us in the Congress of the United States of America to pass the laws to protect those who want to work and who want to organize unions. The persons who are in industry have their own union. It's called the Chamber of Commerce. If they can have the Chamber of Commerce without my permission, we should be able to organize labor unions without their commission. Stand up for labor. Labor means something to me. And friends, I want to say a word about old Joe Biden. Yeah, old Joe Biden. It was old Joe Biden who brought us the first female president. That ought to mean something to you. It was old Joe Biden that put a black woman on the Supreme Court. That ought to mean something to you. It was old Joe Biden who brought us the infrastructure bill that Donald Trump promised for years and could never deliver. It's old Joe Biden who's standing up for democracy, trying to protect the rights that we have so that we can have a better world. It's old Joe Biden who has said that even if his son is convicted, he will not pardon his son. He said he will go along with the judgment. It's Donald Trump who refuses to accept the orders of courts. It's Donald Trump who called the Latino judge a person who would discriminate against him simply because of his heritage. And it's Donald Trump that we cannot allow to get back into White House. Down with Trump! 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 Up with Biden! Up with Biden! Up with Biden! Down with Trump! Up with Biden! Down with Trump! Up with Biden! God bless you! I love you! God bless you!
Hello, Texas Democrats. Pursuant to our party rules, this serves as your notice that the convention will be considering the nominations at large committee report in at least 30 minutes.
Alicia's running for office and she's got big ideas, but it's going to cost money to share those ideas with voters. So Alicia needs to fundraise. But all the hours sorting spreadsheets, researching donors, and guessing how much to ask people for feels repetitive, manual, and inefficient. And it's time she could be spending with voters. So Alicia found Calltime AI. Now Alicia can upload her contacts and Calltime AI will instantly identify her most likely donors. It handles all the donor research and even recommends how much money she should ask for. In a single click, she can see giving history, add donors to call lists, log notes and contributions, and even track follow-ups. With Calltime AI, Alicia is fundraising 5 times faster. And more importantly, she's confident she's always calling the right person at the right time with the right ask. Now, Alicia is fundraising smarter and has more time to spend with voters, sharing her big ideas.
I'm Rod Nellis. I'm a Harris County Commissioner. I want to thank all of the Democratic activists who are in El Paso. You are the lifeblood of the Democratic Party, and you will help us make this state go into the Democratic column. I know that Colin Allred can be a United States Senator with your help. I want to thank you for what you're doing. I want to encourage you to keep up the good fight. We can pick up some seats in the House. We can hold our own in the Texas Senate, maybe gain some seats. My county was red when I got here with a lot of activists who are in this room. It's now a blue. We can do this, Texas. Let's get it done.
Pride is all about being visible and inclusive and diverse. That's who we are as a state. It's a state that we have to build together.
In Obergefell, the court said, no, we know better than you guys do. I think that decision was clearly wrong.
Texas public universities got a letter from the governor today, and it's telling them to ignore President Biden's recent Title IX revision forbidding discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity.
The Texas legislature passed SB 14. The law would ban transgender youth from accessing puberty blockers, hormone therapies, or transition-related surgeries.
Young people who've already been receiving this treatment will have it taken away from them.
These bills specifically seek to put my husband and I in jail and take my children out of our custody and put them in a broken foster care system because we have a transgender child.
This election is a referendum on stopping extremism. I'm Trey Martinez-Fisher, chairman of the House Democratic Caucus. We will fight like hell because our freedom is on the ballot. Together, we'll protect your freedom to choose, love, and to participate in our democracy. Join us.
Everyone's talking about the race to 270. But it really only comes down to a few swing states. Those states get to decide things like the Senate and the House too. So how can Texas join the club? Well, let's look at the two newest members, Arizona and Georgia. The first step is it's all about the long game. Organizations in both states have done decades of work building the voter base, leadership, and campaign infrastructure to win down the road. Texas is home to 8 of the 10 fastest growing counties in the United States, and trending Democratic faster than any other state in the country, making it primed for this sort of long-term planning and investment. Amazing individuals and organizations have been doing this work, and we're ready to help take it to the next level. And that means concentrating on the big picture. Look at Arizona. They flipped both Senate seats, the governor's mansion and the attorney general. Too many times in Texas, we get excited about one singular campaign without building lasting infrastructure. If we look at the big picture, all the statewide races over the last 4 elections, we see opportunity. We just need to capitalize on it. That brings us to the age-old debate. Is it turnout or persuasion that wins elections? The answer is yes. The best campaigns don't just turn out the base, they also persuade the middle. Georgia and Arizona didn't just turn out important demographics for Democrats. They had great candidates that ran effective campaigns with winning messages. Texas isn't a red state. We're a non-voting state. And we've got the shifting demographics that are ready to turn out. But we also need the right candidates and the right message with strong data and the best well-trained campaign staff. So the final step is, well, resources. In Texas, we've made incredible progress with fewer resources. Republicans are outspending us in Texas. Democrats are outspending us in Georgia. Imagine what we can do if we close that gap. That's why we created the Agave Democratic Infrastructure Fund. We're building a long-term, statewide democratic infrastructure that will support candidate recruitment, staff training, data, fundraising, messaging, and research. Because if we don't, instead of Georgia or Arizona, we could become Ohio or Florida, swing states that have fallen off the map. The decision is up to us. If we meet the moment, if we turn Texas blue, we win.
Hey Texas Democrats, I'm Ryan Garcia, your friendly neighborhood political director. Last year, we launched Lone Star Rising, the Texas Democratic Party's official recruitment, training, and resource program for candidates and county chairs. We spearheaded this program based on the fundamental acknowledgement that we needed to raise the bar for Democratic ballot strength and support robust county party development across our state. That's why I'm so proud to report that under Lone Star Rising, and with the support of many Democrats in this very room, we ended 2023 with one of the most successful recruitment efforts Texas Democrats have seen in years. In 2024, Democrats are contesting every statewide race, every state board of education and state senate seat up this year, and a whopping 84% of the seats in the Texas House. Plus, we recruited dozens of county chairs in rural parts of the state that have historically been undersupported by national Democrats. Lone Star Rising has shown that when we work together, there is nothing our broad and diverse coalition can't accomplish. But recruitment is just one piece of the puzzle. Now, we're rolling out training programs with partners across Texas to make sure our recruits have the tools they need to be successful. Recognizing that success isn't just measured by victory on election night this November, but by the continued work of building a strong foundation for generations to come. We have sent a strong statement walking into this election cycle that Texas Democrats will not allow Republicans to maintain power in our state by forfeit. We're gonna make them fight for every inch. Fired up yet? Join us and do your part to make sure Texas Democrats continue rising and shining. Learn more at LoneStarRising.com.
To present the DNC Nominations Committee report, please welcome back to the stage Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair Shay Wyrick Cathy.
I'm not Shay, I'm Gilberto Hinojosa. I would now call our DNC Nominations Committee Chair, Rick Levy, to give his committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, delegates. Good afternoon, delegates. That's what I was hoping, that somebody was awake. Mr. Chair, the committee met as provided by the rules, and we recommended individuals for election to the Democratic National Committee from the state of Texas.
The convention doesn't not have any petitions to strike and replace names in the DNC Nominations Committee report. Mr. Chair, if you will please read them off.
Okay, these are your DNC members. From the AAPI caucus, Becca Moyer de Felice. From the Black Caucus, Synfronia Thompson and Royce West. From the Hispanic Caucus, Selena Vasquez and Roberto Alonso. From the Labor Caucus, Leonard Aguilar. From the Non-Urban Rural Caucus, Kerrigan Sanders. From the Stonewall Caucus, Jeff Strader. From the Youth Caucus, Andre Triber. We had 3 at-large slots to fill, Mr. Chairman, and those individuals are Lee Forbes, Dennis Spate, and Rose Salas.
By the way, this guy is also the president of the AFL-CIO in Texas, okay? Give him a big hand. A great ally of the Texas Democratic Party. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question is on electing the following individuals to the Democratic National Committee from the state of Texas. Those in favor signify by stating aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Your report is filed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, brother. Appreciate all your help.
Please stand by as we wait our at-large nominations committee report. Hey, Texas Democrats, stay tuned for your delegates to the 2024 Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Hey, Texas Democrats, please welcome to the stage your Democratic nominee for Congressional District 5, Ruth the Truth Torres.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth the Truth Torres for U.S. Congress District 5. MAGA extremists have declared war against our democracy. Their plan is in motion and we should believe them. We must stop Judas politicians selling us out to make the 1% richer by making the 99% poorer, sicker, and run for our lives. I am running against a MAGA insurrectionist to be the first woman and the first person of color in this seat in history, to be the first Hispanic to represent all 6 congressional districts of North Texas. I am the daughter of a white country girl and a black Puerto Rican. So my blood is poison against the great hypocrisy of Christian nationalism. I rise to fight with you and for you, for a government for the people, by the people. We must ask everyone we speak with to bring 5 new voters to early voting, and ask everyone that they know to bring 5 new voters during early voting. We must shake off a lifetime of conditioning to levántate, levántate, levántate. Get up, get up, get up. We must vote for our family, our community, and our country. We must vote for every Democrat up and down the ballot. Ruth Torres for U.S. Congress District 5. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage Chairman Gilberto Hinojosa.
Delegates, I know everybody's getting impatient. We are too. But we are waiting for the respective committees, particularly the committee that is putting together the recommended at-large delegates to the Democratic National Convention to complete their report. We should have something on that fairly quick. We will. We'll let you vote when you get a report. As soon as we get a report from the committee, we will come out and provide you with that. They've been working for a long time. They're almost there, and just be a little bit patient. It'll be out here in a few minutes, okay? Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion. Reconsider the resolutions considered out.
Well, you're out of order right now. We're not ready to take that up, okay? Well, when we come back. Huh? Let me talk to the Rules Committee Chair. Thank you.
Greetings, Texas Democrats, and thank you for all your hard work. With your support over the past 3 years, we canceled billions of dollars of student loan debt. We took on Big Pharma and capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. And we took on Big Oil and made the largest investment in tackling the climate crisis in history. And we still have work to do to lower costs and increase opportunity for working families. When we win in November, we will finish the job. We will raise the federal minimum wage, expand access to paid family leave and affordable childcare, and invest billions of dollars to lower rents and help more Americans buy a home. There is so much at stake in this election. In this moment, we witness a full-on attack on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, including the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not her government telling her what to do. And we are facing a former president, Donald Trump, who openly says that he is, quote, proud that he overturned Roe v. Wade, and has openly vowed that he will be a dictator on day one. Ultimately, in this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of compassion, freedom, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? We each have the power to answer that question with our voice, with our feet, and with our vote. And together, we will win. Take care and thank you.
Democrats rigged the presidential election.
Congressman Colin Allred was on the House floor when the mob made its way to the chamber's doors. He texted his pregnant wife, "Whatever happens, I love you," and says he planned to fight back.
The Texas House of Representatives voted to impeach Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
He was acquitted on each count. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick reinstated Paxton as the Attorney General.
Cruz is disguising speaking fees as payments to a super PAC in violation of the law. The pro-Cruz PAC has received a series of increasingly larger payments from iHeartMedia that total more than $630,000.
How can you say you're not being compensated?
You know, it really is sad.
Howdy, Texas Democrats. Please welcome to the stage your Democratic nominee for State Representative District 6, Cody Grace.
Texas, how are we today? We'd do better if this microphone would cooperate, right? This is the first time I've ever been on one of these stages. Have any of you been on this stage? Exactly. It looks completely different up here. You don't know what it looks like? It looks like the entire state of Texas. Every section of this state is represented in this room right now. Every person from north, east, south, and west. And I want you all to know that you are the stakeholders in this state that have to work towards fighting every single day so that we have affordable housing, so that we have good schools and good education. Wrote some things down. Had to get my glasses out. I just got these glasses. I can't figure out how to use them. I'm sure you've been in that situation before. On the Statue of Liberty, it says, "Give me your poor, give me your tired, your huddled masses yearning to breathe." That's what we are in the state of Texas. As people try to come across our borders, as we sit here in this room, as we try to work towards our public schools, we're just trying to build a better state. And you're the people out there that are doing that. I know you're tired. I know you're probably hungry. You're probably mad about something that's happening in this convention hall, and that's fine. Take that anger and use it back in your counties, your congressional districts. Make this state better. We have the fight. I'm going to tell you what my fight is. I'm a single father to a teenage daughter. Do you know how terrifying it is to be a father of a teenage daughter? It's absolutely terrifying, especially in the state of Texas, because I have no idea what's going to happen with her reproductive rights. I have no idea what's going to happen with her public schools. But I need you. I need you to help fight for me and for her, for your kids, your grandkids, and every kid in this state. We've done what we can do, but we have to fight for those kids. So again, I'm Cody Grace. I'm running to be state representative in Smith County, which is a very hard county. But I can do it, you can do it. It doesn't matter how hard it is, because we know how to fight, because we're Democrats. You can clap at that. Be proud of who you are. Be proud that you're the last line of defense. You're the soldiers in the Army that are trying to take Texas back. So I need you again. Get out there and fight. You can fight with each other, but take it back to your county, take it back to your congressional district. Fight them way more than you fight here. All right? Again, I'm Cody Grace, running to be state representative. I appreciate every person in this room, and I know you're working hard for the state of Texas, just as hard as I am. So thank you.
Please welcome to the stage your Democratic nominee for State Representative for District 37, Jonathan Gracia.
As I look out into this crowd, I know that each and every single person in this room is a fighter. That fight is going to go from today all the way through November, and we're going to win up and down the ballot. Am I right? My name is Jonathan Gracia. I'm the Democratic candidate for Texas House District 37. This race is in South Texas in the Valley. The Republican Party has made their best efforts to gerrymander districts in order to be able to come down and win races in South Texas. They have been gloating that they're going to outspend our party in order to win these races. The reality is that they may have the money, but we have the votes. We have the people. This fight is for women all across the state of Texas. This is about their health. This is about their rights that are being curtailed, and it's an injustice. We're going to use the same energy and the same fight that you're bringing to the floor today in order for us to win up and down the ballot in November. We must fight together, unified, in order for us to be able to defend our public schools. Am I right? This is about winning, and the only reason that we're sitting here today is because we are the party of inclusion. And I am going to stand next to everyone here and assure you that that fight is going to extend to Texas District 37, and we're going to win it in November. Let's go!
To present the At-Large Nominations Committee report, please welcome Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair Shay Wyrick Cathy and At-Large Nominations Committee Chair Omar Navarez.
We're back. Good afternoon. I just heard some words from the Honorable Glenn Maxey. There is no way to make democracy any easier. So we thank you for your patience, but this is what we came to do. So thank you for your patience. I have received a report from the head teller that the list of district-level national delegates and SDEC members is complete and is posted at the same link as the other committee reports. Yes? Yeah? Yes. Yes. I I have received a report from the head teller that the list of district-level national delegates, SDEC members, and electors is complete and is posted at the same link as other committee reports. Our rules do not provide for amendment of these lists by the floor, so these reports are approved without objection. I will now call on At-Large Nominations Chair Omar Narvaez to give the At-Large Nominations report.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chairman. My name is Omar Narvaez. I'm a Dallas City Council member where for the first time in our city's history, we have a black mayor pro tem, and a black deputy mayor pro tem. This is historic. It's never happened in our city. We accept, Mr. Chairman, accept my fellow Democrats. Our mayor did us wrong, and he changed parties on us after his election, and that is unacceptable. But what I will tell you is you've got a legion of strong Democrats on the Dallas City Council, and we will not allow his Republican ways to take over our great city. What I can tell you is the city of Dallas is the first city in the world to have adopted its own city flag that is a pride flag that is flying over City Hall at this moment for the entire month of June. I am from a city that believes in democratic values, Madam Vice Chair, that adopted the Juneteenth flag for the pride flag to come down, and the Juneteenth flag will go up because we can share as Democrats. We don't pit LGBTQ against black. We don't pitch Hispanic against black, Madam Vice Chair. We bring everybody together, everybody to the table. Now, what I can tell you is I'm not that passionate. I don't think you can see that at all. But what I can tell you, it has been my distinct honor to lead this committee. It is one of the most important things we're going to do, because we got to lift everybody up, just like we do in Dallas, that we're lifting up women's professional sports by bringing the Dallas Wings to the city of Dallas and bringing the first ever professional women's soccer team to the city of Dallas, and FC Dallas Trinity. I am so proud to have got to lead the charge on the Dallas Wings, my favorite WNBA team, but I'm looking forward to seeing all the rest coming. And I gotta say it, I'm still cheering on my Dallas Mavs. I don't know how they're gonna do against Boston, but I'm a Mavs fan for life. Now, we got together and they sent us a lot of delegates that want to be national delegates. And I'm so proud of the delegation that applied, all the people that got elected, all the people that got selected to be at large that are on this list, as well as those that are PLEO. It was a hard, long day. We started at 8 a.m. and we literally just ended about 30 minutes ago. But I can tell you, my fellow Democrats, my fellow delegates, it is the earliest time that we've finished in a long, long time for these national delegates. And the team that is on this list, Madam Vice Chair, are the people that are going to go to Chicago, they're going to lift up Texas, and they're going to help us change Texas and turn Texas blue. We're going to elect Colin Allred and Democrats from the top of the ticket to the bottom of the ticket. I submit this to you, Madam Vice Chair.
Woo! That is the most passionate committee report we have had all weekend. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for that passionate motion. Yes.
I gotta add one last part. Sorry, I got excited, y'all. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, the committee met as provided by the rules, and we submit the list of individuals posted on the convention website for election as PLEO, which is party leader elected officials, at large, and alternate delegates to the 2024 Democratic National Convention from the state of Texas. On behalf of the committee, I move adoption of the list, along with the ability for the staff to edit the report if there are any mistakes, which was approved in committee. Madam Chair?
Thank you for that very passionate motion. There's no way we can lose in November, right? Thank you, Mr. Chair. No petitions to strike and replace names have been submitted, so without objection, the list of Pleo, at-large, and alternate delegates submitted by the At-Large Nominations Committee is approved. Congratulations, and let's go to Chicago.
Please welcome to the stage your Democratic nominee for U.S. Congress District 38, Melissa McDonough, with her fellow congressional nominees Marquette Green Scott from CD 22, Tanya Lloyd from CD 27, and Santos Limon from CD 23.
Hello, Democratic family! My name is Melissa McDonough, and I am your Democratic nominee for Texas Congressional District 38. My opponent is Wesley Hunt, who's a MAGA Republican. He actually lives in Al Green's district and has a wonderful representative, right? Give it up for Al Green. We need proper representation, however, in 38. And I am that proper representation. I am a wife of over 30 years, a mother of 2 grown boys who work for the Department of Defense. I'm a brokerage owner and a realtor of 30 years, and a volunteer where since 2004, I have gone to the Hill to push bills on my own time and dime for affordable housing, health care for all, and consumer protection. I have been a precinct chair. I have been a presiding judge. I've overseen signature verification, mail-in ballots, and central count. And in 2022, during that election, 40 cases were brought forward to Harris County from the GOP. They didn't like the results. So they claimed voter fraud. I am one of those witnesses. I am witness number 1 of 2 that won those cases for Harris County and cost the GOP $1 million. You've heard what is at stake. You know the fear. So let's talk about the hope. We're going to do 5 things. We're going to register voters. We are going to tell them when and where to vote, every single one of them. We're going to tell them who to vote for. We're going to make sure that they voted, because follow-up matters. And most importantly, we will defend democracy. When Democrats vote, we win. That's exactly, do it again. When Democrats vote, we win. And when Democrats win, America wins. I am Melissa McDonough, and I get things done.
Hi, Democrats. I'm Marquetta Green Scott, and I'm running for CD 22. A vote for me is a vote for integrity and proven leadership, because we deserve better. Thank you.
My name is Tanya Lloyd, and I'm running for Texas House District 27 because Congress needs a first-grade teacher.
Hello, Democrats. Once again, I know it's late. I know everybody's getting ready to leave, but once again, I really mean it. Hello, Democrats. My name is Santos Limon. I'm a civil engineer. I'm a father. I'm an entrepreneur. And I'm a huge advocate for human life. I'm running for Congressional District 23, which is one of our nation's largest districts. Over 800 miles of border. It runs from San Antonio, Texas, all the way to El Paso, Texas. But today is not about me, because this is how important this is. Today is about our president, Biden. Today is about our new senator, Colin Allred. That's how important this is. Today is not about me. We cannot afford another 2016, my dear brothers and sisters. So I encourage each and every one of y'all to follow the great examples of our speakers throughout Friday and throughout today. The speakers that we have here on stage, follow all that advice, all that counsel, because I do exactly that. And that's why I'm running now for office. First time in my life. Once again, thank you, and let's go, Joe Biden.
To present the Rules Committee report, please welcome Texas Democratic Party Chairman Gilberto Hinojosa and Rules Committee Chair and Dallas County Democratic Party Chair Cardall Coleman.
Texas Democrats, I now recognize the Dallas County Democratic Party Chair and also the Permanent Rules Committee Chair, Cardall Coleman, for his committee report.
Mr. Chair, the Permanent Rules Committee met on May 20th and May 29th as provided by the call to convention and made the following recommendations. The committee considered 23 rules referred to it from the county and CD conventions. The committees recommended as presented as a consent calendar, along with the temporary rules passed by the SDEC. Under the call to convention as amended by the SDEC, any item on the consent calendar could be pulled no later than 6 p.m. Friday by petition of at least 10% of the delegates currently checked in. There were 5 items pulled from the consent calendar. Item 1054-3, item 1004, item 1002, item 1050-2, and item 1011. The remaining 18 items remain on the consent calendar. On behalf of the committee, I move adoption of the recommendations adoption on the remaining recommendations on the consent calendar by general consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the convention standing rules, the committee's recommendations remaining on the consent calendar are adopted. We will now consider the items that have been pulled for discussion. Before we start, the body will stand in recess for 10 minutes while I consult with the parliamentarian.
to catch the song that's dancing in the breeze when the summer sun brings on memories.
Please welcome to the stage your Democratic nominee running against Chip Roy for U.S. Congress in District 21, Kristen Hook.
Hello, Texas Democrats. How are y'all doing today? I know it's been a very long convention. We're all very tired. Who here would like to see Chip Roy out of office? I think we can do a little better than that. Who here would like to see Chip Roy out of office? I think that makes at least two of us. My name is Dr. Kristen Hook. I am not a polished politician. I'm a scientist. Thank you. I heard the last few days, or a few days ago, we had another Latina scientist that was elected in Mexico, and I think we can do that here in Texas. I am here to bring sensible and responsible leadership to our Congress. I have a PhD in animal behavior, and I'm a former middle school science teacher, so I am well prepared to handle Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm running for office because we have people in office right now that are not interested in solving problems for us. They're not here to represent us. They only care about power. And we need leadership. We need representatives that have our backs, that look like us, that they don't care what we look like, who we love, who we pray to. They care about serving every single one of us as Texans. I do not come from a rich and powerful family. I grew up in a working class family in South Texas. And when I finished my PhD in 2016 and moved to the DC area right before the Trump administration took over to start a postdoc. I was horrified watching the Trump administration attack women, science, democracy, marginalized communities. And by the time the pandemic hit, I realized that I wasn't making the impact in the lab that I wanted to, and our country needed me. I've been a public servant since the pandemic in our federal government. I've spent the last 3 years at the Senate, in the US Senate, at the National Institutes of Health, and at the Government Accountability Office. I've spent the last 3 years making sure our government works for people, and that is exactly what I'm going to do here in Texas when I oust Chip Roy this fall. A lot of people think this is a district that is too hard to flip. But I'm telling you, I'm here to tell you, that is simply not true. We cannot cede territory to white supremacists. We cannot cede territory to Christian nationalists. We cannot cede territory to people who only care about power and not about the people. And this district is fired up. We are fired up, and we are pulling moderate Republicans to our camp because Chip Roy is too extreme for our district, he's too extreme for our state, and he's too extreme for our country. We deserve better. As a scientist, I'm trained to solve problems. I know how to solve problems, whether it's climate change, fixing our broken healthcare system, making sure our economy is fair and works for everyone. That's what I'm here to do. And it's going to be with the help of every single person in this room. So thank you to everybody here for everything that you do, all the organizing, every door you knock, every call you make, every dollar you give, because it matters. And please don't forget about candidates up and down the ballot. Even if they're running in what seem like red states, we've got this, or sorry, red districts. We've got this, you guys. We've got this, and we will take Texas back. It's our home too. Have a great rest of the convention. Nice to meet you. Tu luchas, mi lucha.
Please welcome back to the stage Texas Democratic Party Chairman Gilberto Hinojosa and Rules Committee Chair and Dallas County Democratic Party Chair Cardall Coleman.
The convention will come to order.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Point of order.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I believe a quorum is no longer present.
All right, there is a point of order that there is no longer a quorum present under the rules of the Texas Democratic Party, in order for there to be, there can only be one point of order. You're out of order. When you finish, we'll continue, okay? There's a point of, you're out of order. There's a point of order pending in the floor. We'll continue as soon as you're finished. Okay. Under the rules of the Texas Democratic Party, a quorum is determined by the members present. It is not a delegate strength determination. It is an actual number of delegates present. The quorum, I have been informed by the parliamentarian, for this convention is 959 members present. It is the opinion of the chair that there is no longer a quorum. We will continue as soon as y'all allow me. Whenever you're ready for me to continue, I will continue. Okay. Go ahead and be recognized. State your name, your congressional district, and what is your point?
CD1.
All right.
Appeal the decision of the chair.
All right. All right. There is an appeal of the opinion of the chair. I'm going to go ahead and turn the microphone over to the vice chair for her to conduct the debate on the matter.
Of the chair.
Yeah.
And the chair gets to speak?
The chair gets to speak on his behalf if he chooses. Then we're going to have 3 speakers against, because we have the limitation on speakers. And the chair can speak again if he so chooses. And then we move to a vote.
Okay, delegates, there is a motion on the floor and seconded to appeal the decision of the chair. The chair will speak on his own behalf, and we will have speakers up to 3. We have up to 3 speaking against, and then we will take the vote on the decision to appeal the chair. Mr. Chair, would you like to address the crowd?
As I mentioned at the time that I gave an opinion, under the Texas rules, under the rules of the Texas Democratic Party, you are required to have a total of, in this convention, given the number of delegates that were actually seated by the Credentials Committee, through the Credentials Committee report that was adopted by the full committee, you are required to have at least 959 members present. I have viewed the audience, the people that were here today, and it is my determination based upon the number of people that are here today that are seated, and if you are not, let me just ask somebody, if you are not a delegate and you are simply a guest, please move to the back. Please move to the back. But based upon what I see of the members of this convention that are delegates that are seated or standing within their districts, I do not believe there are 959 members present.
We are in discussion on the motion. We have heard the first speaker for the against. The chair is against the motion to appeal his ruling. Is there a speaker for the decision? There will be 3 speakers. In my line of vision, are the mics on the floor? Okay, hold on one second. There are mics on the floor by the sign for CD 38. I have recognized the first speaker as this person in the blue shirt as the first speaker for the motion to appeal the chair. She will be the first speaker for the motion to appeal the chair's ruling. And before you begin speaking, is there a time limit?
Yes, same time limit as normal.
3 minutes. Please identify yourself and state your delegate status and CD.
Madam Chair, Marian Spencer Morrison, Congressional District 25. I am for the motion to appeal the chair's ruling because in order to determine whether or not we have the official delegate count, we have to count all the proxies that may have been given to each congressional district. According to the rules, for proxies, it says a present delegate who is unable to be seated with their delegation for a period of time may authorize a proxy. And it says this could include, but not limited to, permanent committee members, convention officers, convention staff, volunteers, candidates, campaign staff, delegates with small children, or delegates with accommodation needs. The proxy should be in writing and should be filed with the convention chair, the designee, and the designated chair, their county delegation, or the delegation chair. Unless we have checked all of the proxies for each of the congressional district, we are unable to determine by the visibility that there have not been appropriate numbers of proxy to determine that we do not have quorum.
Thank you. That was our first speaker for the motion. Is there a second speaker against the motion to overturn the chair? Is there a second speaker? Cassandra, I'm sorry, can you help me? Is there, yes, there is someone who's, yes, would you please come to the microphone? Let me reset this timer.
Hello, Madam. My name is Jennifer Murphy-Vick. I was appointed by Chairman Hinojosa at the beginning of our SDC term as Convention Committee accommodations. I say we worked hard to make sure that our delegates had accommodations at this convention. You have held us out so that people had to leave because they have health issues, because they have PTSD. We have proxies. Count our proxies. This should have never happened. We were promised at the very first SDC meeting of this term that we would be heard.
That was the second speaker for the motion to overrule the chair. Is there a speaker against the motion to overrule the chair? The Kay Parr was the second person that I recognized, but now you are the third speaker because I called for against, and so you are for the motion. Is that microphone at CD 28? Okay, I'm sorry, I see you.
Yes, hello.
Hold on 1 second so I can start my timer over.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay, my name is Kay Parr. I'm a representative from Congressional District 12. I'm also president of the Texas Democratic County Chairs Association and a former member of the Rules Committee. I know that the rules that we have been waiting to discuss have been delayed intentionally, hoping to lose quorum. And I think if we are going to call it for a quorum question, I want every head in this room counted to know that it was not achieved. So, Mr. Chairman, this is not the way democracy works, and it is not transparent and open, and shame on you.
We have a point of information in the middle of discussion? A point of information in the middle of discussion?
If it is a legitimate point of information.
Delegates? Delegates? Is there a point of information? Are you able to go to a microphone? There is one at CD 28 and at CD 38. There is a point of information that's been recognized by the chair.
Thank you for recognizing the point of information. My question is whether or not, under the rules, proxies count in this count.
Proxies come with the same rules. I mean, they have to be here. They have to be here. Yeah.
My understanding was that proxies counted for votes, but not physical presence.
Who are otherwise still in the convention.
The proxy rules will count as they previously have. I'm trying to answer the point of information. Oh. So, Kay, your time was up. Parliamentarian will answer the question, the point of information question.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Excuse my voice, everyone. My apologies. The proxy rules are unchanged, so they will still apply as in this vote as they have previously, which is to say proxies will be accepted for members who are still present and voting at the convention.
We have.
If that's correct, the rules are unchanged, so it does not count toward it if they are not here.
Judge, someone just said that they were going to vote for Republicans. That would entitle. They're not allowed to be a delegate anymore if they're voting for Republicans.
Okay, we have heard the speakers for the motion, and we have heard speakers against the motion. The point of information at CD 38. Is there a point of information?
Order. Madam Chair, Stacy D. Brown from CD30. I have a point of order. The amount of time designated for discussion, as you stated, has expired. So we need to call for the vote.
Thank you. We have heard the speakers for and against the motion. The motion is to overturn the ruling of the chair. Are we ready for the question? All in favor?
It's going to be congressional district by congressional district roll call vote. Right?
So we need to recess?
Huh? Can I take the podium
I'm
back?
going to assume they're probably going to call a roll call vote. Right? Let them, okay, there's a request for a roll call vote. If they want a roll call vote, we'll have a roll call. We're going to have the delegate sheets just like normal. They have 4 sheets.
There has been a request for a roll call vote on the motion to overturn the ruling of the chair.
No, I think as long as credentials knows, is all that matters.
How long are we recessing?
Huh? No, we're not recessing. So they're going to hand out.
Hold on.
So they're.
Wait a minute. We need to talk to the rule says you have to be in the convention, you have to be present in the convention in order to be able to have a proxy. This is the last item in the convention. So how does any proxy work? These are people.
If they're present, it's the same as the first item of the convention. There's no difference.
What do you mean?
If it counts for the first item of the convention, it counts for the last item of the convention. But they have to be here, and credentials checks to make sure they're here.
Right, but that's not. No, you're not understanding what I'm telling you.
Talk to Marco. Marco's got it.
Okay. So,
We're in the middle of a vote. We're in the middle of a vote. We're in the middle of a vote.
Oh, you're going to do a voice vote?
No, we're in the middle of a vote right now. There's a motion on the floor.
So we're not doing a roll call vote.
We need to do one, but we're in the middle of a motion.
Dina.
We're in the middle of a motion, George.
Yes.
You need to take the motion.
Did he give you the? There are floor sheets. Yeah, we're handing out the CDs, hand out their floor sheets, and they take the vote because we have to do full delegate strength. Oh, sure. Sorry, could you let them know that I'm?
We are proceeding to the vote on the motion to overturn the ruling of the chair.
Yes.
We are voting by CD, and our parliamentarian will explain the process.
Okay. All right. So I want to thank you again, Madam Vice Chair. I want to make 2 things super clear. All right. These are really important. I promise. You want to hear this. Number 1, here's what the vote will be on. And this is, in theory, it's to make it clearer, but if you don't hear it, it's not going to be clear either way, right? The vote is on, this is Robert's rules, sustaining the ruling of the chair. So it wants to make a yes, we do what the chair says, and no, we overturn the ruling. That's what Robert says, and it's supposed to be for clarity. So yes is we do what we were going to do, and no is we change it, we overturn it. Does that make sense to everyone? I can repeat that. That's straight out of Roberts. Okay? So a yes vote is a vote to sustain the ruling of the chair.
Yeah, let me
and part 2, okay, sure.
The other thing that I would want to, I'm taking the chair back. The other thing that I would also request is that for every proxy, under the rules that were adopted at this convention, a proxy is only valid if you are still in the building. If someone who has already left, gone back home, that proxy is no longer any good. So that's what the rule says. Hold on. That is what the rule says, and that's what I believe the parliamentarian will tell you. So any proxies that are submitted, if anyone wishes to challenge that proxy because that individual has already left for back home, can challenge that, and then the Credentials Committee will determine whether that proxy is any good anymore. So if you're submitting proxies, you have to, in good faith, represent to this body that that person who gave you that proxy is still in the building. If that person has left back home, that proxy is no longer valid. So, and will not be counted towards the vote on overruling the chair. And ultimately, if the chair is overruled, if we argue each of those rules, when we vote on each of those proposed rule changes, then it'll also be considered in terms of whether or not that proxy will be used or be valid in voting for a rule or against a rule.
Point of order.
Can I speak to you, please?
Point of order, where? At which microphone?
Right here, Madam Chair.
Oh.
Good evening again, Stacy D. Brown, CD 30. My point of order is that currently there's been a call for the question. So can we proceed with the vote?
We are proceeding with the vote via roll call, by congressional district.
Point of clarification. Can we receive directions on how that roll call will proceed?
Yes, we will be receiving directions. They are getting set up at the table. So we are still, point of information.
Can I object to the roll call vote?
You may object.
And would that be proceeding by voice vote in that case?
We are in the middle of voting on a motion currently.
Was there a motion for the roll call?
There was a request for a roll call vote.
Can I object to the roll call?
So the
Point of
chair is
order.
saying we are voting by roll call, so we are voting by congressional districts, and we will be giving instructions on
Point of order.
how that. Point of order.
Point of order.
I hear you. Just tell me where you are so I can acknowledge.
We're by CD8. Was there a way to be able to check out today? We're being told that there's no staff there, that they weren't able to check out today.
There's no staff at the Credentials, it's the Credentials Committee. So there's no Credentials Committee members that can check out.
Do we have instructions? Each CD is being given a tally sheet. You will vote in your CD, and the tally sheets will be brought to the front, and we will count the votes. We will announce the results. They will announce them in their CD. Yes. Is there an Evan that needs to be recognized? Where's the accessibility table? Where's the accessibility table? Is there someone waiting to be recognized at the accessibility table? Evan? I see you, hold on one second. I got a message that someone is at the accessibility table that has not been recognized. Is there an Evan at the accessibility table that has not been recognized? If someone is by the accessibility table, we want to make sure that Delegate Evan is recognized. Okay, point of information.
I would like to request that someone from the Rules Committee be assigned to watch the entry of the tally of this vote, please.
A request for someone from the Rules Committee. Chair.
Ma'am, that they're both on staff. I would like somebody not staff to be watching this vote. It's the conflict of information.
Would the chair of the rules?
You are.
Would the chair of the rules committee suffice? Would the chair of the rules committee?
The chair of the rules committee would be a great choice. Thank you.
The chair of the rules committee is in the audience. Cardall Coleman, would you please come to the tally table after voting in your CD?
A point of information, Madam Chair.
Point of information recognized.
Yes, Omar Jimenez from CD30. Some congressional delegations, their chairs left. So what would be the process to count the tallies for the delegates remaining in our CDs?
If their chair is not present. If your chair has left, the CD can select from among their delegation to have someone have someone from your delegation to act as the delegation chair in the chair's absence. Thank you. Come to the mic. Come to the mic. Point of order.
This is Diana Branson. I have a point of order. To avoid some of this, may we read off what those 5 rules are? Please.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you, Diana.
I know, my voice is gone.
I'm sorry.
I would like to just announce, many people are confused on what are those 5 rules of consent that were removed. Simply just state what those are so we can understand what that is. That is my point of information.
Could we state the 5 rules that were in the consent agenda?
The 5 that were removed, this is what's causing some of the confusion.
So we are in.
Point of information. I hope I'm being clear, Chair. We just want to read off what those 5 items that were removed. People don't know what they are, and I think if they understand, maybe not the whole thing, but if we read it off, it would help clarify. Please.
So that if I'm in the middle of this point of order, we are in the middle of a vote on this motion. So we are doing the business on this motion.
Point of inquiry.
From the chair recognizes a point of inquiry from CD8 microphone. Yes.
I'm Constance Rivers with CD 14. Would you please read the motion that is on the floor again verbatim?
Where's the book? The motion on the floor, per Robert's rules, when the ruling of a chair is challenged, the motion is to sustain to sustain the ruling of the chair. The motion per our Roberts, George? Clarify, the motion is to sustain the ruling of the chair.
The vote will be on sustaining the ruling of the chair. So a yes vote sustains the ruling, a no vote overturns the ruling.
The vote is, the motion on the floor, the vote is to sustain the ruling of the chair. A yes vote sustains the ruling. A no vote That is how Robert sets it up. You appeal that way, but the actual motion to sustain the ruling of the chair. A yes vote sustains the ruling, a no vote overturns the ruling. Yes. Point of information.
Who requested the roll call? Don Driscoll, 16. Who requested the roll call?
A delegate over here requested the roll call. I recognized.
Recognized, but you don't have the name in the record. The name wasn't given because no one else heard that.
Randall Bryant, District 30, right here, I recognize, asked for a roll call.
That's better.
Point of information, Michael Tijerina, District 3. What is the current checked-in, amount? And then also, if there was no way to check out, is there a way that we can clean the list by letting the CDs check out the people who had to leave, so that way we can lower the quorum count?
Do, do we answer this question in the middle of this motion? I didn't answer the other one. At the time of the quorum call, they got didn't answer somebody else's question in the middle of this one.
Within 3 minutes, I checked it, it was 1920. Checked it 3 minutes later, it was 1960. It was going.
That question is not germane to the motion on the floor. We are in the middle of a vote on another motion. Unless you want me to answer that, do you advise that question?
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have to raise them out. Yeah.
I've been advised by the parliamentarian to answer that question.
Okay.
Would you please repeat the question in the microphone and we will answer that question.
So it's my understanding that the quorum number is determined by the number of delegates checked into the convention. If we were not able to check out, thus lowering that threshold, then you're holding the number up higher than it should be. How can we rectify that situation in our own CDs so that we can acknowledge people who left, thus getting an accurate number of which we need to hold a quorum?
And what time did they stop checking?
Madam Vice Chair, we did verify that there are credential staff available to process checkouts. Correct?
Yes, please. Yes, please. What was that number?
Oh, I'm sorry. At the time of the call, I apologize. The first part of the question. At the time of the call, the checked-in number was 1916. Was
okay, but was that the entire day? Was there people staffing the area so that everyone had an opportunity to justly check out and turn in their credentials, thus making sure that we had an accurate roll call?
I verified the prior question. I'm sorry, I didn't verify whether or not they were there all day. I can try and find that out. I will say, however, that if they are not here, they can still be checked out right now.
How would they do that remotely?
Well, they can, someone can present them as not being here. We can ask to see if they're here.
So our CDs can take a list of their delegates who are not present, and that can readjust the roll and lower the threshold?
Take that to credentials, yes.
Take it to credentials?
Yes.
Okay.
Point of information is recognized.
Mike Nichols, CD1. Point of information is your parliamentarian just said that we would have to take our adjusted to credentials. Credentials is closed.
We are told there are staff at credentials right now, is what we were just told on the stage. That's the information that we were given.
I was just there 10 minutes ago and there was nobody there.
We were just told
15.
there is staff at the credentials table to check people out. I believe there's a point of information at the stage.
Hi, I have a point of information.
Point of information recognized.
I'm April Doberstein from CD 36. I was on the credentials committee. We were not ever told to tell anybody to check out. Nobody knew that they needed to check out. There has not been anybody staffed at those tables today, except to check a few people in this morning. And we were all dismissed hours ago. So no, there has not been anybody there to do the job that needed to be done. So what percentage do we need to make quorum is what we need to know. Is it 60%?
Are you asking the number of delegates required to be present for quorum?
Yes.
Okay.
The delegates. Yes.
Okay, this is not germane to this motion.
Point of order.
So do you want to answer?
Point of order.
We're in the middle of a point of order. Point of order. Where's the point of order?
Over here.
Yes, your point of order is recognized.
All right. This is in the book that everybody got when we checked in. It discusses proxies. A delegate who is unable to be seated with their delegation for a period of time, which is unspecified, by the way, may assign a temporary proxy for the duration of their time away. This could include, but is not limited to, a number of situations, which I can read if you want me to. Not limited to permanent committee members, convention officers, convention staff or volunteers, candidates or campaign staff, delegates with small children, or delegates with accommodation needs. The proxy should be in writing and filed with the convention chair or their designee, the delegation chair for their county delegation, or the delegation chair for their congressional district. Now, there are specific situations described, but it is not limited to that. It says for a period of time. They're absent for a period of, that could be 2 years.
Thank you. The point of information that was here, did you get the number that you were requesting for the threshold? Okay. It's me again, too?
Yes. Point of information.
Point of information recognized.
Mike Nichols, CD1. They are adjusting the count. At last count, it was 1,912. Every CD chair or their designee needs to take all of the proxies that are not here over there, and they will adjust the total.
Go right here.
information. Well, this is a roll call vote.
No, to see if there's roll.
You can't vote for, quorum is not a quorum system for people present. So you're effectively calling a roll by having a roll call vote for the event. Does that make sense? It's a little complicated.
So you can't establish a number.
Right. Well,
It's the people who want quorum to be on. What is their remedy? If it's really
is more an issue. So it's more an issue is quorum there. And if it's not there, the time quorum is so when it's set is when quorum is called. So when quorum was called just now, the quorum, or was it 1916 or 1912 or whatever it is they said. So that's when it gets measured.
So if we have less than 969 people that vote, then does that prove that
It doesn't prove anything.
but this is
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was answering a different question in my head.
yeah.
If the total number of votes with proxy, right, is less than the amount of quorum, we also know that there wasn't quorum, right? So there wasn't sufficient vote. That is a little fuzzy because in theory people can abstain, but abstention should be recorded, hopefully by the CDs in this particular case. I don't know that we have that on a sheet. It gets fuzzy. That's the thing, right? As long as abstentions are being recorded, then we have a record.
Fair County and Nellis?
If not, because somebody could say, well, there were people that abstaining from voting, and anything other than a roll call is telling that nobody has to announce it. So that's where that starts getting messy. Ideally, the real question is your original question. What if, and let's not say quorum, people leaves. Some people leave, the quorum does not exist. Quorum is normally set at a percentage of a number that is fixed at the beginning of each year. This year didn't happen, which needs to be fixed. I just I'm almost glad that I wasn't able to be here till today because I got to see a lot of it from the sideline and kind of observe and be like, that's not supposed to. So I've got a list. Okay. I've got a list. But yeah, there needs to be a number set established. We need to change it.
Because it can't fluctuate, it shouldn't fluctuate so dramatically. Like every 10 minutes.
Not just now. Here's the real point. In theory, all but 10 people can check out. So now we're going to have 10 people from Democrats deciding the fate of the entire state Democratic Party. Anyone can see that's a list. So there has to be a real minimum. If not, by setting a fixed max at the beginning, which is what I mentioned was quite normally done, at very least have a minimum, like a minimum number set. Fixed minimum number. Then the maintained quorum is, 50% of those present or 500 delegates, whichever is higher, or 10% of whatever, or the number of CDs times 5, whichever is higher. It doesn't matter what the minimum is, as long as there is a minimum.
Do you mind if I get instructions on the mic?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Yes.
Hey y'all. So, someone's going up. It's on.
Hello? CD chairs and delegation chairs, I just want to clarify how we're doing this roll call. This is Marco Arantia, CD 35, Party Business Advisor. So you guys have your sheets. You're going to get each county in your delegation to tell you your yeses and your nos by county. So in other words, Bexar County, 3 yeses, 2 nos. So each county needs to separate You can't mix up. And then you go to the next county. 5 yeses, 1 no. And then you have counties that don't vote at all. That's fine, you just skip over them. Once you are complete with your county, go to a mic and you are going to read the roll. And make sure we read it slow so we count it.
Marco.
And then you must bring the sheet back up to the teller's desk. So, those of y'all who already have them, please queue up to a mic. You're going to announce who you are, what CD chair you are, what CD, and then you're going to read county by county, the yeses and nos, county by county. Skip this. If you have a county that's not voting at all, skip those. It'll get redistributed per our delegate strength rules. I hope that clarifies a lot of the questions I've been getting. Thank you.
Madam Chair, a point of information, please. Right here.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Peter Hankin from CD4. I would like to ask whether under Robert's Rule of Order there is a procedure for simply suspending the rules, declaring a quorum, and moving on with what we came to vote on. Thank you.
You cannot suspend the rules to declare a quorum because suspending the rules requires a motion which requires quorum. Can't make this stuff up.
Okay. Okay, starting with CD4, Collin County, 0 yes, 4 no. Grayson County, 0 yes, 2 no. Hopkins County, 1 yes, 2 no's. Hunt County, 0 yes, 2 no's. Lamar County, 2 yes, 0 no's. Rains County, 0 yes, 3 no's. And Rockwall County, 0 yes, 13 no's.
CD 34, starting with Cameron County, 0 yes, 2 no. Hidalgo County, 0 yes, 1 no. Clayburgh County, 0 yes, 2 no. Willacy County, 0 yes, 6 no.
Congressional District 28, starting with Bexar County, 0 yes, 2 no. Guadalupe County, 0 yes, 1 no. Webb County, 0 yes, 12 no.
Point of order recognized.
This is Kristen Hange, CD2, point of order. Our CD chairs were asked to take their proxy vote forms to the count center, so they are not here to take our vote. Where is the central vote so I can go get them?
Your delegation, I'm sorry, repeat. Your delegation leader went to...
They were told to take our proxy forms to the central count, and
Yes.
so that's where they have taken them. So our CD chairs have been sent away, and now we're being asked to take a vote while they have been sent away.
We are still voting, so we will allow the CD4?
CD2.
I'm sorry, CD2? So we will wait for them to come back before we conclude the voting.
Where are they so I can go retrieve them? Where is the central count?
The credentials? Okay, thank you.
Judy Leunis, have the greatest congressional district, 10. Bastrop, 2 yeses, 4 noes. Burleson, 3 noes. Colorado, 2 noes. Fayette, 2 yeses. Travis, 5 yeses, 4 noes. Waller, 5 yeses. Washington, 2 yeses. And Williamson, 1.
All right. Dylan Russell for Congressional District 9. Let's go, Congressman Al Green. All right, we have for Brazoria County, 0 yeses and 4 noes. For Fort Bend County, 0 yeses and 2 noes. And for Harris County, 0 yeses and 7 noes.
For CD 13, Denton County, 2 yes, 3 no. Ford County, 0 yes, 1 no. Potter County, 0 yes, 4 no. Randall County, 0 yes, 2 no. Wichita County, 0 yes, 3 no.
For CD 26, Denton County, 0 yes, 10 no. Wise County, 0 yes, 1 no.
For Congressional District 35, starting with Bexar County, 0 yes, 3 no. No ballots cast in Comal. Hayes County, 5 yes, 5 no. Travis County, 2 yes, 14 no.
CD 36, Chambers County, not present. Hardin County, not present. Harris County, 0 yes, 17 no. Jasper County, not present. Jefferson County, 2 no. Liberty County, not present. Newton County, not present. And Tyler County, not present.
Congressional District 33, Dallas County, 3 yeses, 6 nays. Tarrant County, 2 nays.
CD 6, Anderson County, 7 no. Cherokee County, 5 no. Dallas County, 3 yes. Ellis County, 5 no. Hill County, 1 no. Tarrant County, 1 yes, 3 no.
CD 18, Harris County, 0 yes, 12 no.
Madam Vice President, Bell County 8, Brown County 3, Ector County, Bell County 8, no. Brown County 3, no. Ector County, 1, no. Lampasas, 2, no. Llano County, 2, no. Midland County, 2, no. And Tom Green County, 5, no. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to move right over here.
Mark Green, Congressional District 12, unanimous. Parker County, 7 no, 0 yes. Tarrant County, 12 no, 0 yes.
Harris County, CD 29, 5 yes, 5 no.
Eric Hankey, committee member, Congressional District 31, Bell County, 1 yes, 10 no's. Bosque County, 1 yes, 1 no. Burnett County, 2 no's. Coryell County, 2 no's. Williamson County, 7 yeses, 10 no's.
Michelle O'Solis, Congressional District 21, Bandera County, 1 yes, 5 no. Bexar County, 2 yes, 22 no. Blanco, 0 yes, 3 no. Comal County, 0 yes, 7 no. Gillespie County, 0 yes, 8 no. Hayes County, 0 yes, 17 no. Kendall County, 0 yes, 3 no. Kerr County, 0 yes, 4 no. Real County, not present. Travis County, not present.
Make your way that way.
Kristen Schamberger, Congressional District 32. Collin, 0 yes, 2 no. Dallas, 10 yes, 11 no. Denton, 0 yes, 1 no.
Bastrop County, 0 yes, 4 no. Caldwell County, 2 yes, 1 no. Nueces County, 2 yes, 7 no. Victoria County, 1 yes, 6 no. CD 27.
Howdy, y'all. CD 22 from Brazoria County, 0 yes, 7 no. From Fort Bend County, 0 yes, 11 no. Harris County, 0 yes, 3 no. Matagorda County, 0 yes, 7 no. And Wharton County, 0 yes, 1 no.
David Griggs, CD 24. We have 2 counties. I'm doing the first. Dallas County, yes. Votes 3. 3 votes no.
Tarrant County, 7 yes, 3 no.
Laurel McLeish, CD 15. Brooks County, not present. Guadalupe County, 0 yes, 6 no. Hidalgo County, 2 yes, 11 no. Jim Wells County, not present. Karnes County, not present. Live Oak County, not present. Wilson, 1 yes, 3 no.
D. Karen Wilkerson, CD 1. 17 counties in our district, only 4 reporting votes at this point. Bowie County, 2 votes cast, 2 aye, 0 nay. Gregg County, 2 votes cast, 2 aye, 0 nay. Morris County, 1 vote cast, 1 aye, 0 nay. Smith County, 13 votes cast, 1 aye, 12 nay.
Stacy D. Brown for Congressional District 30. For Dallas County, we had 10 total votes, 7 in the affirmative, 3 in opposition. For Tarrant County, we had 2 total votes cast, 0 in the affirmative, and 2 in opposition.
Jasmine Kidamackberry for CD7. For Fort Bend County, 0 yes, 2 no. For Harris County, 3 yes, 10 no.
Wesley Lawrence, CD23, Bexar County, 2 yes, 6 no. Brewster County, 4 no. El Paso County, 3 no. Maverick County, 6 yes. Medina County, 6 yes. Pecos County, 2 yes. Ward County, 1 no.
Angela Williams, CD8. Harris County, 0 yes, 9 no. Montgomery, 0 yes, 7 no. Polk County, 2 yes, 3 no. San Jacinto, 0 yes, 3 no. Walker, 0 yes, 2 no.
Ash Hall for CD 37, Williamson County, 2 yes, 6 no. Travis County, 3 yes, 32 no.
Kellyanne Gonzalez, CD 20, 7 no, 0 yes.
Bart Ewald, CD 17. Angelina County, 0 yes, 1 no. Falls County absent. Freestone, 0 yes, 1 no. Houston County absent. Leon County, 0 yes, 2 no. Limestone County, 0 yes, 1 no. McLennan County, 0 yes, 10 no. Milam County, 0 yes, 4 no. Nacogdoches County, 0 yes, 6 no. Robertson County, 0 yes, 4 no. Travis County, 1 no, 0 yes. Sorry, I got that there. Trinity County, not here. Walker County, 0 yes, 3 no. And Williamson County, 0 yes, 2 no.
Congressional District 25, 1 abstention, 2 yeses, 7 noes. Hood County, 0 yeses, 4 noes. Erath County, 0 yeses, 4 noes. Parker County, 0 yeses, 2 noes. Palo Pinto County, 0 yeses, 2 noes. Callahan County, 1 yes, 1 no. Johnson County, 2 yeses, 5 noes. Young County, 0 yeses, 1 no.
Eastland County, not present. Somerville County, not present. Comanche County, not present. Jack County, not present. Stevens County, not present.
David Smith, CD3. Collin County, 0 yes, 22 no, 1 abstention. Hunt County, 1 yes, 4 no.
Susan Barrick, District 19. 2 counties out of 33 reporting. Lubbock County, 2 yes, 2 no. Taylor County, 3 yes, 2 no.
Tarasha Gibson, CD 14. Brazoria County, 0 yes, 4 no. Galveston, 0 yes, 9 no's.
Ava Graves, CD 14. Jefferson County, 0 yeses, 7 noes. Orange County, 0 yeses, 2 noes.
Congressional District 2, this is Mary Ham. Harris County, 0 yes, 12 no. Montgomery County, 0 yes, 9 no. Thank you.
Wait, hold up, ma'am.
Michael Apodaca from Congressional District 16 here in El Paso. Clearly, we don't want you to go because we want to keep you here all night. So El Paso's voting 10 yes, 50 no, 1 abstention.
Congressional District 38, 2 yeses and 23 noes.
So that guy wants to know, can we establish the number of votes cast in this as the new quorum? So I think that's how that works.
Quorum is based upon the total number of people that signed up.
Sorry.
Oh, it's right here. Yeah.
Congressional District 5, Dallas, 2 yes, 20 no. Henderson County, 0 yes, 14 no. Kaufman County, 0 yes, 9 no. Upshur County, 0 yes, 1 no. Van Zandt County, 0 yes, 2 no. Wood County, 3 yes, 1 no.
I think we have to let folks announce their votes first. Is there anyone else we can put out there? I'm just trying to figure out if we're still on the
If it's germane to the vote.
I want to make a point of information.
Point of information?
Yes, my name is Muhammad Neal, CD2. I want to know if there's a deadline or a time limit when we can expect the counting of votes to be complete and to begin voting on the issues to be discussed.
We will, when the votes are tallied, we will announce the results of the vote.
When can we expect that?
Well, it's expeditiously. I mean, they're here counting them. And I think CD2 was one of the ones we were waiting for because one of your delegates came to say that the delegation leader was gone. So I was actually going to call for CD2 to make sure they had returned and were able to vote.
It's been submitted. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Point of information, Jeremy Sutka, CD3.
Yes.
Yes. Might be a parliamentary inquiry because before the parliamentarians said that we could turn in our list of delegates that had left that we knew. We attempted to do that and we were told we could not do that. So we're sort of in a limbo state of not knowing whether we can turn in our list of delegates that have gone home or not.
Were you turning in the proxies?
We were turning in the list of delegates that had checked out to the credentials. They had checked out with our chair. Our chair brought it over there and they said it was not in order.
I will confer. I believe that the directions were the proxies were to, those names were to be turned in, not a list. I will confirm.
That was a separate question that George, I believe, had ruled on. Yes.
Yes. I mean, I will get George.
What's the question?
They wouldn't give a list. They wouldn't take the list of people. They were supposed to take the proxies they had to check out. I think they were taking the list to check out. Those are two different things.
Oh, yeah.
So, someone got on the mic earlier from the floor and said that we could check out people who are not here at credentials. That is not appropriate. That's not in the rules. But it did cause some confusion, so there were some people that did check out en masse. But I don't know how to undo that at this point. Exactly. So someone who's checked out of the convention means that they're gone. They can't use a proxy to vote as an individual. And also they have to be on campus somewhere. And I think what caused the confusion is someone from the mic said, or from the floor mic.
But that's not what George said. That's not what George said. That's what someone asked.
back.
Wanted to make a point of information. My name is Muhammad Neal from Congressional District 2. Can you announce the formal procedure for checking out delegates who've left so they're not counted as part of the quorum?
Where's the party rule? Anybody have a book? It's in the book. The process is in the book.
Process is recognized. That's my point of information, man. Right here. It says they can be checked out, but we don't need the process. I think it's called procedure. What are you saying? If they've checked.
Well,
I know, that's what I'm saying, but if you just explain that their senior representative, they can be checked out without have that process. If they've checked out, the proxy can be counted. Without checking out. That's what it says right there. Correct, which that answers that. But whether they checked out or not, if they're not in the building, you can't. Whether they checked out or not, if they're not.
Do you need your glasses?
no, I just have one.
No, take them
I just have to hold it away.
Do you need anything
I
else?
can see it.
That fourth section, it's just a representative, the senior representative. I'm sorry? It says, forum section, they can let their representative know, the senior representative, and they can be checked out. No, but it says right there, if they have left. Okay. Yes, ma'am. If the total doesn't equal a quorum, the vote's invalid.
Is Jazz over there? Where's Jazz? I thought. There's a line in the rules that says they notify the delegation chair, the delegation chair notifies the first chair. That's what I was
Gosh. live stream. Yeah. Apropos, 956. 956 here. Right here. Based upon what I was hearing, I don't see how they got it. Yeah, I don't know. Probably didn't get it. And they were using that proxy. They packed all the food. They were using that little interpretation. Proxies are not meant for you to like, hey, people are gone, and that's not what a proxy is. Like, thanks for your service. What's that?
Here there are questions on the list of proxies. So here's the deal, right? As we all know, proxies don't count if they're not physically here. What? Proxies don't count if they're not physically here. So we need to. They're still working on answering. At first, I thought we were gonna bring them all in and verify in person. That's gonna take too long. So what we're gonna ask, we're gonna round up all the delegation chairs. Have the delegation chairs validate for their delegation that those people who are proxies are somewhere, just like we'll say, somewhere in the convention, unable to be here for whatever reason, et cetera, et cetera. So the delegation will do that, and Marco. We've already been doing that. Dina's been doing that. Excellent. Perfect. Dina's been doing that the whole time. Great. Awesome.
Okay. Answer to the question.
Yes.
It was, what is the procedure for checking out? Just reading the line, what it was.
The procedure for checking out. So there are two procedures.
Point of order.
One
Point of order.
is you.
Yeah, I just wanted to read it, but I
Yeah.
couldn't remember where it was.
Good. It is in the Call Convention.
Point of order.
It'll take me a second to flip to it because I'm going to have to skim it because it's changed since we wrote it. But it basically says that you can report to your delegation chair, and the delegation chair reports to the credentials. But let me give you the jazz also. Oh, this is misprinted. I just realized.
That's true. Can I ask? I think that's almost half because each of these counties printed off on the sheet. So oh, I see. What's up? You withdrew? Madam. I'm in the middle of answering. You withdrew?
Same person?
All of them same person. Same person. I'm in the middle of getting an answer to this question.
Excuse me.
If delegates depart before
Hello? So I have a point of order and a point of information. My CD is 23 and my name is Karen Seal.
Just one moment. I'm in the middle of answering his point of information. So I haven't answered his. So that's why we're still waiting. Just give me one more second, please.
Oh, is that your light?
And they shouldn't even count. They had to be here.
The answer to your point of information, the answer to your point of information on the question for the process, in our call to convention, quorum for the general session and congressional district caucuses shall be a majority of those delegates on the most recent roll of the convention. If delegates depart before the close of convention, they shall notify their delegation chair, who shall notify the credentials committee of the departure.
I understand where they're coming from. It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot for them to.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. If delegates depart before the close of convention, they shall notify their delegation chair, who shall notify the credentials committee of the departure.
As far as I understand, the credentials committee has not been functioning. They've not been checking people out. So people have been leaving because there's been no facility to check out.
If they have notified their delegation chair, the delegation chair shall notify the credentials committee. When we started this process, the credentials committee someone was there. So if they notify their delegation chair, the delegation chair shall notify the credentials committee.
Thank you.
This is illegal by state. That's what I told them. And no one attends. Oh well. You're not sir. I'm going to try and help out with the counts. Appreciate it, man.
Yes, I'm Karen Seal. What you read was for the general session, which is what we have, and all we need is a majority of the roll.
Speak into the mic.
All we need is a majority. And it also says it's understood the roll will be altered as delegates arrive late or leave early. And all that same paragraph. So basically, we should have the form that we should have the majority that we need.
Is there a question?
Yes. Why are we not following the rules of order?
We are. The roll call the number was established about 20 minutes before we started this process. So there is a number and a threshold, and that was said before we started on the motion that we're voting on now. When the chair declared there was no quorum, we had those numbers, and then we are now voting on that ruling. So he ruled that there was no quorum based on the numbers that he was given.
And we're
Yes. So we're voting on that. So I was just trying to answer her question that the roll.
It's just a simple majority is all we need.
A simple majority of the delegates present, including the adjusted roll throughout the convention. That is the number that we had, and he declared that there was no quorum, and there was a challenge on that. So we have done that. This is where we are now. Does that?
No.
Okay.
That does not
Okay.
verify, because this is a general session.
This is a general session.
What do you say? Are y'all trying to say that someone took roll at one point?
The credentials commit, the roll is established when delegates check in, and that was certified Friday night. If people check out, it was certified from the convention, the general session, and that is how you set quorum, that number of certified delegates that have checked in. That was the number. That number has been monitored and adjusted throughout the entire convention, and we have that number. We have that number, which is what was said when the chair made his ruling that there was no quorum, which is where we are now.
Okay. Well, okay. No one gave us a roll. So what was the roll?
The roll was read at the first session when the Credentials Committee, the Credentials Committee report said the number of delegates checked in. The temporary roll and the permanent roll was established by this body and approved by this body. So we have a roll of delegates, and a quorum was set based on the permanent roll.
From the first day?
That's when the permanent roll is established in the convention.
Okay, it says, but for this particular general session, we should have the delegate roll for this.
The roll is established for the entire convention, and quorum is set. It is adjusted as delegates check out. So if no one had ever checked out, it would stay the same. When it's checked out, then that number is decreased.
Okay.
So roll is not called at every session. It's established.
Okay, but according to this, you're reading the convention rules. This is the general session rules in the convention, and it's different. That's what I'm telling you, that's a point of information from C quorum. And
Quorum is established based on the permanent credentials report. General session is where business is conducted.
Was anybody told that they were supposed to check out?
It's in the rules that you are reading, that I just read. The process for when a delegate departs the convention, they report to their delegation chair, who then, it's in the same.
Did you ask anybody today for the delegation chair how many people checked out?
So the we can ask the credentials committee. I don't know that information, but we can certainly ask. That's a fair question, but the process is there.
Okay, so can we look at that process and see how many people checked out? Because the roll changes as people check out.
Yes.
And I know that a lot of people came to me and told me when they were leaving, so I'm sure that they've told their other chairs and their delegates and whoever.
Yes, they're supposed to report to the delegation chair when they leave, and the delegation chair reports to the credentials committee.
Yes, my name is April Doberstein. I'm from CD 36. I have a point of information.
Yes.
We were told, I just went over there and spoke to them at Credentials, that you cannot check out for anybody else. It is pointless to give your chair anything because nobody else can check out for you. Nobody can check out anybody else. You have to send your own email for yourself. Thank you. Nobody can check out for anybody else. They said that to us. What they are saying up here is false.
Yes.
Point of clarification, James Varshan, CD3. What happens in the event this goes on beyond the time permitted for the room in the building?
I can ask that question. What happens if this goes on beyond the time we're contracted for the building?
We're gonna get charged more.
We will be charged more.
Great.
Around the Sounds good. Can't make a motion because you don't have.
Do y'all need to talk to them and fix the communication? And I don't know what else I might have left you.
The credentials chair is not following.
Is there an email we can send
That's what they're trying to say.
Yeah, so I had a name and the number, the delegate number, and they said no. No, but I'm helping organize it. Yeah.
Which delegate chair?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm just going by what I've been told. I don't know why. I thought the rule specifically said that the chairs, the delegation chairs would check them off. So where is there any rule about sort of the secondary process or anything? I didn't know that was a thing. Maybe I'm not just going by rules that I hear.
Got a letter through because bien peleonera.
Point of information, Madam
Yes.
Vice Chair. First, I want to say the first time delegates, y'all keep coming back. It gets better. As from 2 o'clock to around 2:39, when I received a text message from John Hatch, there was no one at the credentials table for anybody to check in or check out. So I just wanted to make that clarification because quite a few people left at that point, and myself and Taraji from CD 14 were scrambling around trying to find out where people checked out, and I have that in a text.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Murphy-Vick again. I'm the accommodations appointment to SDEC. Thank you, Chairman Hinojosa. I have CD6 because our current term committee people left and I was voted in yesterday. I went across to Cesar Chavez. There was only one door unlocked. My scooter could not get through the one door and no one was willing to open the other door, so I could not check my delegates out, even though they checked in with me.
You weren't able to get inside the building?
I was not able. It takes 2 doors for the scooters to get through. There was only one unlocked and security would not open another door.
Security wouldn't open the door.
That was just now.
Okay. Not other fellow Democrats wouldn't open the door.
Staff and security would not open the door. Staff and security would not open the door.
Thank you.
There's mischief afoot.
I'm sorry, but I had to bring that forward.
Thank you.
You understand? Excuse me, I'm gonna go that way. I'm gonna back up. And then I'm gonna turn this way. Here, pass that to Dan. Here, I'm gonna put it this way.
Another point of information. For Sam. You know what?
Okay, I'm Cindy Cottledine with CD 36, and we were told that we could tell our guys to send us an email, and then we could go and check them out as the CD caucus chair, right?
Yes, those were the instructions given by George.
Okay, when we got over there, we were told that we couldn't check anybody else out as the chair. They said, nope, can't do it that way, and send us back. So,
Your instructions are not. This is just that. Okay. So, to point of information, the rules you read earlier did not specify any mode or median that someone had to use other than their congressional leader to check them out. So where did the email or any of this kind of process get laid out? And is that in a rules that we can read and review so that we understand we're on the same page?
Correct.
Or is this just an arbitrary rule that someone decided to make?
Not a rule, but I think when the parliamentarian was speaking, checking out for someone who's not present, confirming that they are actually checked out. So I think that was what he said. But if that's not,
is the word of the congressional delegate not honored and good enough? Because
I honestly think it was more for process. But have you been able to check them out?
We have not been able to check them out, and we've heard other people are not able to check them out. And we have a list. We went through. We cleaned the list. We called a voice call for everyone present, and then we confirmed that they had left and that they are not in the body to vote, and they are not here. So I don't understand why we can't have that clean up the list.
Okay.
So if it's not specifically in the rules as a process that must be followed per the adopted rules, then I think as the rules that you stated, the chair delegate should be able to check them out by having a list and using their word and their authority by being granted that person to be able to do their duty.
Thank you.
Hello, point of information. My name's Josh Lucas. I'm at CD12 from Fort Worth. I was just wondering, what's the most recent roll that we're using for quorum? What's the actual number that we're going by?
969. I'm sorry, no, that's not correct. 959.
And what is that number?
That is the majority of the delegates checked in at the last time that the roll was established.
And what is the delegates who have been checked in at the last time the roll was established? What's that number?
959. But I can ask.
Okay. I'd like to know that number.
Okay, absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah. The number on the quorum was given to us by our parliamentarians after discussing it with the Credentials Committee. So they determined that the quorum number is 959 people present.
Okay. I'm actually asking for the roll of the delegates. I'm asking for the number of delegates on the last roll, not for the quorum.
You'd have to check with your Credentials Committee and they'll give you that number.
Can I hear that from the chair?
It was 1,916 at the time of the call.
Okay.
And that's the time I'm told by the parliamentarian that you determine the.
Yeah. So are we calling quorum 40% of the roll? The quorum's a majority?
The parliamentarian.
So we're saying that a quorum is 50% or 40% of the most recent majority? Greater than 50%?
Quorum is a majority, greater than 50%.
Okay. When I was on the committee most recently, they told us quorum was 40%. I'm just wondering, point of information, if that's accurate for the body or is that just for the committee?
Committees are 40%.
Committees are 40%, the body is majority.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you for standing up there.
Thank you.
Hey, point of information, Josh
Yes.
Lucas, CD12. Are we waiting on any more congressional districts to report their votes?
Have all the congressional districts reported? Yes, they have reported.
Okay. Are we waiting on anything else to hear the result? Yeah,
We are preparing to read the results.
Okay. Thank you.
Are they tallying or what's going on?
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mike Nichols, precinct, or not precinct, CD1. The tabulation has been done for quite a while now. It has been taken backstage. The results should be made immediately. So, where are they?
Ready to read the results.
Thank you.
Democrats, the raw vote on the motion to sustain the ruling of the chair. These votes include proxies. Sustain, 135. Overturn, 769. For a total of 893. 893, the quorum had been established at the time of call, 959. When the chair rules on a question about which there cannot possibly be two reasonable opinions, an appeal would be dilatory and is not allowed. The number of votes cast, including proxies, is 893. Quorum is established at 959. The motion quorum was established at 959. 893 votes were cast. The motion is dilatory based on Robert's Rules of Order.
Based upon that total, there is no quorum. This convention is adjourned.